Here we go. Hello and welcome in. For everybody tuning in on YouTube, thank you so much for being here and giving me some of the time of your day. If you happen to be one of what I call the VOD watchers, the group of people that actually watches these live streams once they're already over and done with and just posted as a video on my YouTube channel, welcome in as well. I have a very special place for and my heart for y'all as well, even though I don't get to talk to you often like we do the live chats. Now, if you've never been here before, which once again I assume is only a minority of y'all, we debate Trump supporters. We try to get them to open their eyes and hop on board with the anti-Trump side of history, because Trump is the worst president of your life, and every day he does something new to prove it. And I don't say that metaphorically, I say that literally. Now, in the last 24 hours, what has he done to prove that notion? He's the worst president of your life? Well, he has launched a ruthless, racist attack on Barack and Michelle Obama, the former president and first lady. And when I say racist attack, I mean it. A racist attack as old as race itself. Truly. I mean, this is a caricature. I'm probably mispronouncing that word. I actually, before going live, sat down and tried to get the pronunciation of that word caricature right, and I can't get it down for whatever reason. So instead, we're going to call it a racial trope. Now, this racist trope that he engaged in, that he posted on social media, is terrible. I mean, it's been a racist trope perpetuated. I mean, all throughout what we see here at home. One second. Before we continue, there's actually now a lot of Trump supporters calling black people monkeys in my comment section on TikTok. So I'm just going to take a moment here and prevent them from doing so. And that is the direction of America. Now we are going back to where we were. We are not progressing. We are not progressing. We are reversing. But that's fine. We will very easily be able to handle the Trump supporters spamming the monkey emoji in the chat, because guess what? They can't anymore as of right. Give me one moment. We're just going to ban that emoji. We have the ability to do that as of right now. So now they're all gone. But anyways, back to the news. I kind of forgot where I left off, so we're just going to restart. Donald Trump posted an image of Barack and Michelle Obama's faces, super transposed, photoshopped, AI'd, onto the bodies of apes, gorillas, monkeys, on his Truth Social account. And this isn't just, mean imagery. This is a racist trope that is one of the most explicit and historically dangerous, that goes all the way back to slavery propaganda, anti-black propaganda, segregationist rhetoric, to attempt to both dehumanize and demonize black people, to justify or rationalize the subjugation, I'm really struggling today, of black people, to the treatment of othering, to separation, to abuse. And in fact, it is such a common racist trope that I don't even need to explain to you that it's a racist trope, because we're all familiar with it. We are all familiar with the racist white person referring to black people as monkeys. We're all familiar with the racist white person looking at a black person and saying, ooga booga booga booga. I mean, like, genuinely and sincerely, it's not even a question. It's not even a debatable topic. If somebody were to join this live stream and tell me, D, and I actually don't think it's racist for Donald Trump to refer to the Obamas as monkeys, I'm not even going to debate them. I'm just going to kick them out, because that's not something that should be debated. That we have a social consensus of this, and we've seen it for years. And I think that this speaks for just how disgusting and truly deplorable of a man Donald Trump is. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, not only do we see this racist disrespect, this racist bullshit directed at any black person, okay, but we're more specifically seeing it directed at goddamn Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States of America, and his wife. Looking at the history of America, slavery started in the 16th century. Then we had segregation. Now we have systemic and institutional racism that still exists in many forms. And the president of the United States of America, the most powerful man alive, Donald Trump, turning around and labeling black people as monkeys, drawing on this racial trope, putting Obama's face and Michelle's face on the bodies of literal apes, gorillas, is beyond disgusting. Honestly, I'm lost for words describing just how horrific it is. And I'm really relying on the viewers here to just kind of pick up what I'm putting out. And I think you are, because it doesn't really require much explanation. This could have been a text. Trump referred to the Obamas as monkeys, made a picture of them on their bodies of apes. Case closed, story over, it's fucked. It's racist, it's fucked, it's terrible. Now, what is the administration's response to this been? Well, let me tell you. First and foremost, Caroline Leavitt spoke out earlier this morning and said that it wasn't racist. I'm actually, at this point in time, going to go ahead and pull up her quote on my phone because I saw that one of my friends had posted it on their story earlier, calling it horrific. Here we go. Caroline Leavitt said, quote unquote, "This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public." First and foremost, Miss KKK Caroline Leavitt, racism actually matters to the American public. That's my TED Talk. Case closed. Second of all, she fucked up because guess what? She was wrong. In this message, she said it was a funny meme video depicting Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Lion King didn't have any characters that were gorillas. Like, she was, oh my God, in this brutalist attempt to justify what Donald Trump did, she fucked up. Oh, he was just depicting them as Lion King characters. It's not racist. It's not wrong. There's no gorillas in Lion King. So no, Caroline Leavitt, KKK Caroline, no, he was not depicting them as an image of characters from The Lion King, quite frankly. And now, okay, Caroline Leavitt's response is out of the window. I mean, what a disgrace. She should get fired immediately. The whole administration should be thrown out. But we already know that. Since Caroline Leavitt put out that response earlier today saying, oh, it's not racist, it doesn't matter, report on something that does matter, it's just a funny meme video from The Lion King, Donald Trump has since deleted the video off of his Truth Social page, and a senior staff member of the White House actually told Axios, on top of a handful of other news outlets, that Trump didn't post it. Okay, a staffer posted it, and Donald Trump took it down and recognizes that it was racist and wrong. And this is also a lie, and I could prove it, okay? Because first and foremost, this happened at midnight. Okay, this happened at midnight last night in my time zone. Why are staffers running any official government social media at midnight? Don't they work, I don't know, maybe 8 to 5, maybe 9 to 5, maybe there's multiple shifts there so they could do coverage for the day, but certainly not at midnight, right? So that's the first inconsistency. And now the second inconsistency here is the fact that this wasn't on an official government social media page that we would expect, staffers to be working. All right. This was on Donald Trump's personal Truth Social account. And we know that Donald Trump operates his personal Truth Social account. This has become evidently clear over the course of the last couple years with us seeing posts on his Truth Social account saying that we need to terminate the Constitution. Okay, no staffer would write that. Okay, talking about Epstein in all caps, calling it a Democratic hoax with 5 exclamation points in the misspelling. No, that's incompetent, delusional Trump. That's not a staffer, okay? Exactly my point. And now the third inconsistency, and I think that this is the most compelling, to absolutely refute and disprove this narrative that it was just a staffer, is this wasn't just a standalone post thrown up. This was actually a part of what I could only describe as a psychological break, where Donald Trump went on Truth Social and spammed close to 85 posts in less than an hour. Okay, and there were many posts that were very weird. Okay, this just happened to be the very racist one. Some of the other very weird posts that we saw last night in that same time frame of an hour that a staffer was supposedly running the account was like these 5-second meme videos of a woman filming a TikTok, putting whipped cream in a cup and then her dog eating it. Okay, like what, why? Okay, there's obviously no like framework here to describe why this is being pushed out on the president's account. Only somebody as incompetent as Trump could post that. Like that's going to be something that a delusional old man posts on his own social media account for no other reason than he can. All right? Like he's gone. That's the president we're talking about. And B, there's no way that's a staffer. And even if you want to accept that it is a staffer, well, I don't think who clicked the post button evades accountability. We still saw the president post an incredibly racist photo on a social media account. And that's terrible. But but at this point, I think that we've all reasonably concluded that it was him and it wasn't a staffer. And now the other line of defense that we've seen MAGA running surrounding this image is that it was a part of a longer video. It was a video that was 1 minute and 3 seconds long, and this image showed for maybe around the last 3 seconds. Now, the first minute of this video was also delusional, incoherent bullshit, talking about the election voting machines in 2020 in Fulton County, saying that there was some Taiwanese chip fraudulently installed in the machine that was communicating with Italian satellites that some group of people had been keeping track of and determined was indicative of fraudulent votes. So what a mess, right? But anyways, the MAGA argument there is, well, maybe he didn't see it at the end of the video. Okay, first and foremost, is it typical or atypical for public servants, people in positions of power, especially in the government, to not watch what they post? It's atypical, okay? People watch what they post. That's a fact. Now, we know that because obviously he was getting something out of the video that he liked and wanted to share, and that would require watching the video. And that's kind of the culmination of my thoughts on the subject. First things first, it was very racist. Second matter, Caroline Leavitt lied when she said, okay, that this was a meme video from The Lion King because there's no gorillas in The Lion King. Third point would be is that she's a complete disgrace, Caroline Leavitt. She's saying that racism is not an important issue to the American people, especially when the president is explicitly parroting and reposting racial tropes surrounding black people being monkeys, apes, gorillas, so on and so forth. And then the fourth point is that the newest excuse from the administration, that this was merely posted by a staffer, just simply doesn't hold up against critique. And the conclusion the conclusion is that Donald Trump had a psychological break last night because of his age. He's getting older and he's losing control of his mind. And spam posted a bunch of nonsense on Truth Social, including these racial tropes of black people, Michelle and Barack Obama. Now, I don't see how anyone could still support him as president. Genuinely and sincerely, anybody who has a mind should be able to sit back and say, oh, our president is posting racial tropes of the first black president in American history and his wife literally being a gorilla? That's not cool. That's not okay. I can't support that. Case closed, no longer MAGA. And now the totality of the administration is lying about it, saying that it's not an issue, that it doesn't matter, that it was a staffer, not Trump. That's not cool. I can't support that. Case closed, no longer MAGA. And same thing with all the news we've seen coming out of the administration over the course of not just the last year and a month, but honestly since 2016. I feel like that case should have closed the moment Donald Trump went on stage in 2015 before the election and said, when I'm elected, we're going to ban all Muslims from immigrating into America, every single last one of them. Or January 6th, or refusing and failing to release the Epstein files, or having some of the Epstein files released incriminating him. All of these things are significant enough red lines to say that because he did it, I'm no longer going to support him. Same thing with Miss Teen USA. Same thing with raping Jean Carroll. Same thing with his lawsuit in the 70s where he refused to rent to black people. Same thing with the letter he sent to Epstein. Same thing with the policy he's been suggesting of an invasion of Greenland. These should all be red lines, every single one of them. And I feel like that's clear. But this is not clear to many of our viewers. So if you happen to be watching over on TikTok, you're one of the very first 10.8 thousand people joining the live stream, go ahead and hop inside of the guest request for me. We'll get you loaded up here because I want to talk to you about how the hell you could still support Donald J. Trump as president after this, okay? After taking the mask off, saying, hey, I'm basically a KKK member. I think that black people are gorillas, apes, and monkeys. Okay, here's a picture of the first president in American history to be black superimposed over the body of a monkey. And let's see what they have to say. So here we go, everybody. At this moment in time, we're going to try to get that very first guest loaded up into the box right now. One last time here, only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right, and make sure that you're following our rules. I'm actually going to say that too before we try to load somebody up. Please make sure that you're following the rules, folks. There's obviously going to be a significant lower amount of Trump supporters that even want to join the stream today at all. Okay, just because this just happened, they don't know what the talking points are yet because what we've heard in response from the administration is incoherent gibberish. So please do stay out of the guest requests if you are a liberal, if you are underage, if you are not an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Because I'd assume that right now we have 66 people in the queue. Maybe only like 3 of you guys are like Trump supporters. So if you're not a Trump supporter, just please leave the queue and make it easier on me to then go turn around and find the Trump supporters. All right. We got that very first guest of the day loading up here right now. I also see that there's been a handful of y'all over on Super Chat being very, very kind. I'm going to thank y'all here in one moment as soon as we're able to get that first Trump supporter up. Let's try to load in that very first guest, Mint Latouch TV, loading up. We got them connecting to the live stream. Keep in mind the rules, be at least 18, MAGA, and American. Hello, do you support Trump? I'm going to give you 5 seconds, Mint. Oh, they're already leaving. All right, guys. Hit the road. If you're in the queue and you're not supposed to be there, hit the road unless you're down to come up here and debate me on why you're MAGA. Because every single person that we're loading up, the last 3 people in a row, joined the queue, probably not expecting to be actually pulled up onto the stream. And then as soon as I did pull them up, they just left. So hit the road. Hit the road, guys. Welcome, and Roy. Do you support Trump?
You like a country ass whooping.
Why don't you just come?
All right, came up here to play some audio clip. Hit the road. Moving on to the next guest, we got Greta Gremlin official. We want to have conversations with Trump supporters, guys. Respect that. Okay, that's why we do these live streams. We want to change minds and have dialogue. So hit the road if you're not a Trump supporter. Greta, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello. I have a question.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I don't support Trump, but I have a question about.
Oh, then hit the road. I'm sorry. I made it clear. Hit the road. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now. I'm so sorry. I made it so clear. Hit that road. Hit that road. All right, moving on to the next guest right now. Hello, do you support Trump? In Africa, are you MAGA? Oh, they left. Hit the road. All right, guys, we're going to start banning people. We're going to start banning people that break the rules. Y'all know what they are. We've repeated them explicitly. You have to be at least 18. You have to be an American, and you have to be MAGA. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello? Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
And what year were you born in?
2007.
Cool, man. I'm going to thank a couple of people, then we'll hop into that dialogue. First and foremost, Mr. McSkittles. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat, dude. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you, Mr. McSkittles. Thank you so much for the love. And by the way, it is good to see you again today. You're always hopping into these live streams, and just know that I appreciate the hell out of you. And thank you so much for the $50. I'm trying to see 500 Mr. Skittles. Down below in that live stream comment section, they say, today I was talking with a guy about the Epstein files with the direct files ready. He claimed that they were all fake. He denied them. I called him insufferable and went to walk away. He attempted to physically assault me. This is Trump's America. Yeah, I'm so sorry that that happened to you. And I think that you just perfectly described the barbarity, lunacy, and idiocracy that is true of so many Trump supporters. I'm sorry that that happened to you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us all. That's insane. That isn't truly insane. I'm sorry that that happened to you. YG, thank you so much for the $20 as well over on YouTube Super Chat. I'm trying to see 200 YGWs. YG says it feels like they want to distract from the files with anything they can in a piss poor attempt to try to redirect our attention elsewhere. Yes, YG, it's called flooding the zone, which is trying to propose so many things that people want to talk about that they're then all of a sudden the people are disorganized and disheveled. And although we do have like a billion things going on right now, this needs to be one of the things that we do talk about, because this is like an unprecedented attack on African Americans in modern American history, at least. You know, we were supposed to be progressing and getting away from slavery, progressing and getting away from segregation, away from white supremacy. But now to hear the most powerful man alive echo those white supremacist talking points that black people are monkeys, they're apes, or gorillas. Okay, it's disgusting. It needs to be one of the things that we talk about. I'd also like to thank Elizabeth. Thank you so much for joining the team over on YouTube. Let's see here. Nomer, thank you so much for joining the team over on YouTube. And then YG, thank you for another $10. Who says, here's another donation because what you do is incredibly important. I've been watching for a year and will keep supporting you. Oh, thank you so much for the love, YG. Show some love to YG. As well as Sydney, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Jaden, thank you for the $5. Lauren, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, I officially went no contact with my mom today after she defended the Trump post. Sorry, the Obama post. Yeah, completely understandable, Lauren. And then Lexington, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I'm almost done, man. I appreciate you so much for that love, Lexington. I'm trying to see 500 Lexington W's. Lexington with a 50 says, history moves forward because of people who refuse to stay quiet. You're one of those people, and you have no idea how much it means to me. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Lexington. I hope that you enjoy the streams, and I hope that these live streams are able to change some minds and inspire people to engage in critical thought to a high level, because God knows that we need it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50, Lexington. And then same thing to Addison and Derek. Thank you both for the 2 first donations on Venmo today, but for the $20 donations, I'm trying to see 200 Derek W's and 200 Addison W's. Addison says, I love hearing you speak up for immigrants and marginalized communities. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20, Addison. And then Derek with the $20 says, I can't even tell you how happy I am to see you live. Feel like I'm going mental these days. Love you and love your updates and keep going, brother. Well, Derek, we're going to try. Okay, we're going to try to change some minds. I feel like I'm going mental too. It's insane that this is the world that we live in. And I'm happy that the streams give you some type of clarity. Thank you for the $20, Derek. The mic at the floor are yours, Keelan. First question of the day would be, what are your thoughts on Trump being an absolute fucking undeniable racist and posting an image of Barack and Michelle Obama as gorillas? And why are you willing to support an absolutely unfucking deniable racist as the president of the United States of America?
I haven't seen that post. Do you mind showing me real quick? You're hitting your vape. You just hit your vape. You just hit your vape, dude.
Nice
you just hit your
observation,
vape.
Dude. Beautiful
That's
observation.
A vape. That is not an anxiety pen. That is a vape.
Okay, I love your observation. Now, do you want to get back to the debate?
Okay, yeah. Show me. Can you show me that picture? I ain't seen it yet.
Yeah, so it's a photo of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama AI'd as literal monkeys. I didn't download it. Let me try to pull it up real quick. Just give me a minute here. Yeah, I'll just screen share my Twitter posts real quick. This is what Donald Trump posted. Let's go ahead and show that to you now.
Oh, it's a video?
Yeah, and that's an image of it.
Oh. Okay.
First question, is that racist?
I don't have any information on that, so I don't know what he said.
I'm so sorry. You don't need any more information to make to form a conclusion here. Is that racist?
I don't know.
You don't know if that's racist?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm happy that I could educate you. So this is a racial trope that dates back hundreds of years, not just in the United States of America, but globally. This depiction of black people as monkeys, as apes, as gorillas, was used in pro-slavery propaganda, general anti-black propaganda, slavery cartoons even, and has been used within segregationist rhetoric to justify othering black people by both demonizing them and dehumanizing them, treating them as others. I mean, think about it. Like, this is where like the subhuman footing for many terrible white supremacist worldviews comes from. You know, the whole notion that black people are closer to Neanderthals, or black people are closer to our genetic relatives, like the monkey, because of the color of their skin, and so on and so forth. This isn't something that I think should really need to be explained to anybody, maybe over the age of 10. And even that, I have a 7-year-old nephew that understands this, but I'm happy that I could describe it to you. So now, after my quick run over of history, we can agree that that's racist, correct?
All right, man, you got me there.
Right? Like, you could agree that's racist?
Yeah.
So what is your gut response to the president you support posting an obscenely racist photo of former President and First Lady Barack Obama and Michelle Obama?
My first reaction?
Yes.
I don't know, but I'm reading these comments. I'm getting a lot of hate here.
Well, just focus on me, all right? Focus on me. What is your gut reaction?
It's kind of scaring me. I'm getting messages from these people too. I'm looking at them.
Well, I'd appreciate if the viewers could not message you, so don't message him, please. Focus on me. What is your gut reaction?
My gut reaction to this would probably be that you're a crypto scammer and that you're a fake liberal.
Okay, so you're not going to give a reaction, and this is where you leave, right?
It's racist.
Like I'd expect you to leave,
You
right?
expect
Like this
me to
is
leave?
where
I
you
don't even know how to
away.
leave.
Oh,
I don't even know how to leave.
So then it seems like you're stuck with me. So I don't mind talking about
No,
your false
I'm
claims
stuck.
about my character after you
Help.
give your gut reaction.
Help!
So are you just
Dude, this is
completely shutting
entrapment.
down?
This is entrapment. This
So
is
you
illegal.
So you meant to run away and leave after you called me a crypto scammer and a fake liberal, right?
I thought you would kick me, but I don't really care. All right, so what now?
So I want you to respond. So can we agree that this is enough reason to stop supporting Trump?
No,
Why is that?
because it doesn't really interfere with his policies.
I think that it absolutely does. Okay, because I think that maybe
Okay.
this is a big reason why many of his policies have been disproportionately harmful to members of marginalized communities, including the black community here in America and black Americans. He obviously thinks of them as atrocious and subhuman. Okay, just like his father, a member of the KKK, did. This is why he's not just making imagery of black people to be monkeys and apes and gorillas, but also has his policy disproportionately serve as a disadvantage to him. Now, I guess my next question is as follows. You're basically
hold on.
saying anything that Donald
Okay.
Trump does or says doesn't interfere with his policies. So what if he didn't post a picture of them superimposed on the bodies of gorillas, but just went on Truth Social and posted, Michelle and Barack Obama are violent inwards? Would you stop supporting him then?
I mean, yeah, but that's not what he said, though.
Okay, so it's more
You're just
so
making up You're
so
just
it's not
making up
necessarily
hypothetical.
this issue, is it his policy or is it not his policy? But rather, you can agree that there are certain necessary qualifications that somebody needs to possess in order to be a president that's supported by the people, including you and me. And one of those qualifications would be not being super racist and calling black people violent inwards. But my argument is that this depiction of black people as gorillas is also super racist. It is a racial trope that is worked in tandem with the N-word and other phrases like colored for generations now to dehumanize and demonize black people, to subjugate them to things like slavery, to things like segregation, redlining, systemic oppression, so on and so forth.
Okay, well, he didn't say that about all black people. He literally just put Michelle and Barack Obama.
Well, see, the thing is when he says it to one black person, that tells all the other black people how he feels about them too.
Dude, he was just making fun of Barack and Michelle Obama. He wasn't making fun of all black people, dude.
The thing he was doing to quote unquote make fun of, it's not making fun of, okay? It is being racist to, was to attack them because of the color of their skin. Was to perpetuate this racist trope, putting them on the bodies of gorillas. That is an attack on not on Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, but it is an attack on every single black American. But see, the thing is why is being absurdly racist against two black people not enough?
I don't know, but they also
Answer
hold
that
on.
question. Why
hold on.
is being absurdly racist against two black people not enough?
It is.
If it is enough, then you should take the red hat off and tell us that you no longer support Trump.
Okay, well, I wouldn't put a blue one on.
Okay, so you're no longer a Trump supporter?
I don't know, but can I bring up one other point?
No,
I'm
because
I'm
I want to play you. I want to play you a clip. Now, this was a Trump supporter that called into C-SPAN. I'm going to play this clip, and I actually want to get your reaction.
Okay.
My word. Oh, my word. I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon, the little kids and the women and children, not just the immigrants in the school. All the children are scared. This is not a decent man. This is not an honest man. He openly takes bribes. He's pathetic as a president, and I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
John, did you vote for him in all 3 elections?
I did. I was sucked into the stupidity of creating jobs.
So what are your thoughts?
Who was that?
That was literally a random dude by the name of John that called into C-SPAN when they're taking call-ins.
I think he's right.
Yeah, he is.
But also, I heard, I don't know if it's true, because, social media, but I also heard that it was a staffer's fault for that post.
That was the second response of the administration. So the first response of the administration was Caroline Leavitt this morning saying that there's nothing wrong with it and that the media needs to be focusing on more important issues. Now, that response didn't work. I mean, this clip that we just listened to of John calling into C-SPAN, came out after that. No one, Republican senators, started publicly calling out Trump after that because that's insane, right? Like, that's so insane for the press secretary and the administration to say that racism doesn't matter, obviously. So after Caroline Leavitt gave that response, then a senior staffer at the White House told Axios and other media news outlets that it was actually a staffer that posted that tweet late last night, and since then they've taken it down, and it was wrong and racist is what they said. All right? But now here's the thing. I call bullshit. Because first and foremost, this wasn't just a standalone post. This was one of 85 within an hour. And these weren't regular posts. Honestly, I think that they're indicative of a serious psychotic break of Trump's. Some of these other posts that were apparently posted by the staffer were meme videos of dogs licking whipped cream out of cups. Okay? That's one really good data point to indicate that this was Trump acting on his own accord and not some random staffer. Because I don't really think that's something that a staffer would post on the president's social media account. Now, the second reason I believe that this was a lie and I call bullshit is because this is Donald Trump's personal account. It's not a government social media account. It's his on his own platform. And we know that historically he's had control of it. Going back to him calling for the termination of the Constitution in December of 2022 on it, I don't think that's something that a staffer would post. Exploding and posting how the Epstein files are a Democratic hoax in all caps with misspellings and about 1 billion exclamation marks. That's something that Trump said, not a staffer. And it was also at midnight. So, for those reasons, I really do call bullshit on this staffer excuse.
Well, I don't know too much on it because you showing me it was the first time I seen the thing, so I haven't really seen anything on it. But that's all I got for the social media post.
Yeah. Well, you said that caller that that leaned into C-SPAN and told them what he told them was a mess. Sorry, you said that caller was right. Sorry, not that caller was a mess. That caller was right. So I'm gonna go and leave it there with you, man. I really hope that there's something sparked within you to genuinely and sincerely reconsider your view. Now, we are going to move on to the next guest at this point in time, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And Santana, how you doing? Welcome in, man.
I am. Whew, man, that was tough listening to. I think that you gave a great explanation, but like the response, I'm just.
Well,
I honestly don't know what to say to that.
I'm happy to have you up here, man. Because at the end of the day, I'm still a white boy, and I could do my best to try to describe the historicity of this in operation and alignment with other things that have historically impacted the black community, and why this is just so much more important and impactful than this phrase of, oh, he shouldn't have done it, or this is an offensive post, but let's move on. So I appreciate you for being here, because I think that you could definitely give a lot more context than I ever could.
I'll say one quick thing. The interesting thing that the last guy said was, he said, well, he only did it to the Obamas. He didn't do this towards all black people. The Barack and Michelle Obama exemplified the highest level of prestige as far as black people within America, right? I mean, they're literally royalty in the sense of like the first black family to achieve this the highest office in the land. And what that says to black people is, if they can depict them that way, then they would depict all of us that way. No one's exempt. There's no exemption, and they're talking to everyone, because everyone is looked at as less than these two people. So like, that's the way that we take it.
Yeah, thank you for your input. Chloe, welcome into Support Trump.
Yes, I support Trump, but listen, so I don't support the things that he does. He is an arrogant person. I'm sure everybody knows that. But I think he is a good businessman.
At one point, do we say that he's undeserving of the Oval Office because of the person he is?
What?
At one point, do we say that he's undeserving of the Oval Office because of the person he is? I mean, that's just something that we listened to in that clip of that Trump supporter John calling into C-SPAN. He said that he is undeserving of the Oval Office. And I really think that sentiment is true. He is undeserving of the Oval Office. The Oval Office is an office that should command respect, that should command professionalism, and at the bare minimum should command the same requirements that any public school would. I mean, you have someone that's, I don't know, let's just say some 17-year-old in high school, they post this image of black people as gorillas. In some schools in this country, they're going to get expelled, right? So I mean, why should we just permit that and allow it into the Oval? And just real quick, what year were you born in?
2007.
All right, awesome. I know that it says you're 18 in bio. I just wanted to double check that.
And also I have a question, because my sister-in-law's sister, she said, I haven't, because I was talking to her about the Epstein files and stuff. I'm sure you know about that already.
Yeah, we can talk about that too.
But, well, actually, while we were talking about it, she said something about like Jews and stuff. She said that Jews were like
Jewish people.
Yeah, Jewish people. They were they basically taken over. Like, I don't know if it's true. This is why I'm asking you. Taking over the United States and stuff like that. Like, she said that they killed JFK, and that they killed Charlie Kirk, and that they're basically running
this
the
is your
United
sister.
States.
You said that this is your sister-in-law?
Yeah, it's her sister.
Yeah, so it seems like she's just really fallen prone and susceptible to anti-Semitic propaganda. And we've really seen a rise of anti-Semitic propaganda in the last handful of years because of what Israel's been doing. Israel is a legitimate bad actor. Israel is responsible for an ethnic cleansing, a genocide, and simultaneously, Israel has their hands deep in the pockets of politicians in this country, both on the left and the right. And that's an issue, okay? The Israeli influence over this country is an issue. The Israeli impact on Palestine in the greater area is an issue. But the state of Israel is not identical to Jewish people. Even though it is a Jewish ethno-state, the people who are culpable here are not all Jewish people, because Jewish people are not a monolith. They do not all agree with the state of Israel. But rather, who's culpable here would be the state of Israel in of itself and its leaders.
Yeah, Yeah, she wasn't like she said Jewish people, but like she was mostly talking about like Israel and stuff.
It's
And
important that we stay. It's important that we are very specific with our words, because as soon as you
yeah,
say Jewish people, okay, well now all of a sudden the random Jewish viewer listening in is hearing you say that
yeah,
you're
I wasn't trying
that
to
they
be
killed
like
Charlie Kirk. You know what
racist.
I mean? Like
Yeah,
no, that
yeah, I wasn't.
definitely is that is a very bad sentiment.
Yeah, I was not. Like, I seen the comments and I was like, oh my gosh, she's Delulu. But I was just asking a question because, like,
Yeah,
and
I'm happy that I could clarify on that for you. Like, legitimately, I
yeah.
think that anti-Semitism has been on just such a rise as of recently, because there
Hmm.
are a lot of people out there that either are beginning with this baseline of bigotry or unintelligence that drive them to a complete confusion between the state of Israel and Jewish people. So,
Yeah. And also about the
but
Epstein files.
yeah,
Sorry, I'm like asking a lot of questions.
yeah,
But okay, so I know that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files, but do you know like exactly what he was doing
yeah.
while
So I
he
could
was
give you.
like,
We could talk about that. So, there were like
yeah.
a handful of allegations made against him. There's an allegation that he was auctioning off children with Epstein at Mar-a-Lago, and that he'd insert his finger into them to test their tightness. Other allegations of child rape, and there's another allegation that wasn't just a tip to a hotline, but rather a sit-down interview with FBI agents that they gave under penalty of perjury, which in other words means that if they lied, then they could face 8 years in jail, and they accused him once again of child rape. And I mean, this is on top of what we already know about him. You know, like the fact that a
Yeah.
court ruled in 2023 that he raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll, and that in 2005 he boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls by following them into their dressing rooms and looking at them naked unconsensually. And other things like sexualizing 10-year-olds in the 90s, saying that he'd be dating them in 10 years, sexualizing his own daughter, agreeing with another old man, calling her a hot piece of ass, or maybe even some of the really bad things that he's done to his wives. Like one of his wives actually reported that she was raped by him. So, I mean, I think that, there's a lot there. He has a character of a very terrible man, and I feel like terrible men like him shouldn't be able to work at a McDonald's, so I don't think that they should be able to work at the White House either.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And like as I'm saying, like you already heard me, I don't support what he does as a person, just business. And I understand. Um, I just like, who do you think would be a good president? Because like we're running out of options.
Well, dude, I see a lot of promise in James Tallarico right now, man. I mean, I mean, everything that I've seen about him. Keep in mind, I've only seen very limited things on James Tallarico. I've seen a lot of really positive class consciousness from James Tallarico. Now, I don't know enough about him to say he would be a good president, but I mean, he's saying that we need to take dark money out of politics. We need to raise taxes on the billionaires. It's an us versus them scenario. I think that's promising rhetoric that I like to hear from American politicians. Now, something else I want to say here is, from my perspective, I just think it is truly a delusion to make this separation between the person and like the business policies. Truly, right? I feel like this is a sentiment that has been super transposed upon millions of Americans, especially younger Americans, because you grew up in this. You've heard this since a very young
Yeah.
age. That
Yeah.
it's almost this type of indoctrination that the office of the presidency does not command any level of decency. And that you don't have to be a decent person at all. You could actually be a person deserving of a dark hole for the rest of your life and still run the country insofar as you have the ability to reduce taxes on rich people, which is actually, maybe what a lot of people truly believe, especially a lot of rich people, right? But I think that these two things are A, important within their own regards, and B, are necessarily intertwined because it's the person who's making the policies. But that leads me to the next question that I've been meaning to ask you since the moment you joined. What is he doing good for the economy? Because I just feel like that's another area that he's failing us on. We had the worst January jobs report since 2009 last month. We had the worst annual jobs report last year since 2003, ignoring recessions. The most layoffs since the Great Recession. The most manufacturing bankruptcies since the Great Recession. Declining GDP growth. Declining business investment, increasing unemployment. Crypto is crashing so hard right now. It's unbelievable. Bitcoin is merely at almost at the same price that it was in 2021. Okay, so what is he doing for the economy that's so great that I'm not seeing?
Well, you kind of like clocked me right there. What I would say is, I live in Georgia, and I noticed that gas prices went down about like $1.50, and then a piece like with other countries, like with Russia and like other countries. I don't know.
Okay, so about gas. Have you heard Trump talk at all about gas in the last year? I haven't.
Well, I just noticed a change as soon as he
Me too.
got.
Me too. The price of gas has gone down. Absolutely. I haven't heard Trump talk about it though. And I think the reason why he hasn't talked about it is because he hasn't done anything for gas. like straight up, that's just something that he hasn't done. He hasn't really talked about drilling. He hasn't really talked about oil. I mean, oil from Venezuela, sure, that's something he's talked about. But I mean, that hasn't even impacted the domestic oil market because he's selling it to other countries and then putting the money in offshore banking accounts. And the price of gas went down before, we got the Venezuelan oil through our invasion. And I think what this goes to show is that maybe he's not culpable for the reduction of the price of gas. All right.
Yeah.
And I think that's furthered by maybe the other macroeconomic explanations that we'd have for the reduction in the price, such as a continuation of the trend that started under the Biden-Harris administration with American oil producers bumping their production to an all-time high. I mean, for 7 months under the Biden-Harris administration, we're actually the world's leading producer in oil because we needed more oil because we stopped buying Russian oil because of their invasion of Ukraine. And then American oil companies realized that they're making so much goddamn money. So they never stopped, even after we had a really, really high supply. They just kept on producing. And now we have a lot of oil. And of course, when you have a higher supply with a consistent demand, the price goes down.
Yeah. Also, I'm seeing in the comments that they want me to get out of here, so
Have I
I'm
changed
just
your mind
gonna
on anything?
Yes.
So
I
where do you stand on
honestly,
Trump?
really, like, I never really, again, like how I said, honestly, I don't think I'm a Republican or
Can
a
I just
Democrat.
say this really quick, Chloe? Like, Dean took time to give you like a really thoughtful answer on something that you even brought up, and like I understand it would be great for you to answer that question, but more than that, can you please just address what he said? Like, he gave you something really important that you can take with you when you talked about gas. Like, did you even try to consume that?
I'm not gonna lie. I from my perspective, at least Santana, I mean, what it sounds like is she's kind of internalizing it. I mean, I think that we're about to hear her say that she's not a Republican, so that's good. But I mean, I'll leave the ball in her court.
Yeah, like I don't think I really never with all this stuff that has been coming out about Trump, like I'm starting to just not care about politics anymore. I honestly just came up here to ask questions that I wasn't knowledgeable about, and I just wanted to hear from you because I know you study and do your research about a lot of stuff. So I just wanted to hear some answers, but I'm neither right now.
Okay, yeah, I'll leave you this. This should all make you care about politics even more. The worse you see the state of the nation, the more that you should care about wanting to fix it, which would include caring about politics more. But I appreciate you for coming up here, Chloe. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I have a handful of y'all to thank real quick. Shula, thank you. Thank you so much for the $12.97 over on PayPal, who says, I feel like a bigger distinction needs to be made between Judaism and Zionism. I think most people forget that most Zionists aren't even Jewish. No, that is absolutely right, Shula. We need to talk about that more because the rise of anti-Semitism has been fucking disgusting. Thank you for the $13 in the Absolute Truth Nuke. Let's get 100 Shula W's down below. Same thing to Katharina. Thank you for the $10. Who says, please don't read this out loud. Okay, all right. I'll keep that to myself, Katharina. Thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 Katharina W's and then 300 Timberly W's as well. Thank you so much for the $30 donation on PayPal. Timberly, that is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Timberly with a 30 says, no excuses for Diaby Dawn. Love you from Grandma Timberly. Timberly, it's good to see you. I think that you're hanging out with us, what, like 3 days ago? I remember you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $30, Timberly. And then Ariel, thank you so much for the $10. And huge shout out to Ariel's daughter, Kaylani. A huge shout out to you, Kaylani. Thank you so much for the love. And then John, thank you for the $5 who says a Radiohead shirt. Yes, a Radiohead shirt. Wesley, thank you for the $12 who says I live in Houston and have been following Tallarico for years. Definitely my favorite person in politics right now. He's further left than most people. Based. Well, I'm gonna have to look into him some more. Thank you for the $12, Wesley. And then Christina, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, you know what's scary? The administration claims to only redact the names of victims, and yet potential abusers have been redacted. Not even potential abusers, like actual abusers. Like I'm talking the like name connections, okay, to Epstein. Thank you. Thank you for the $12, Christina. Show some love to Christina down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Then George, thank you for the $5. Marcy, thank you so much for the $10. She says, you're seriously amazing. No, you're seriously amazing. Thank you so much. Brittany, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for that love, Brittany. Olivia with a 5. Jaden with a 5. Then Laura with a 10. Thank you. Well, it looks like we are all caught up over there. I'd also like to thank Good Soup. Thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for that love, Good Soup, who says, love what you're doing. Love you, King. Thank you. Thank you so much, Good Soup. And then Hawkeye, thank you for the 10 gifted membership subscriptions over there on YouTube as well. I appreciate every single one of you for your kindness. If you're watching and you want to support me and support what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on that YouTube stream. And then the handle is also at the top of the phone screen. Jack, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I don't know.
Okay, well, it sounds like you'd probably benefit more from watching the stream compared to being on it. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. If you happen to be one of the 16.1 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, make sure that you're also double tapping on that phone screen so we could get the live stream to shoot out to more people and hopefully get some debates going. It looks like right now we might have a shortage of MAGA. How are the debates on Parker's? I saw you coasting with him for a bit. Were you able to find Trump supporters?
Yeah. We had some debates, but they were really mask off. Like, not even hiding it. It's super interesting.
Yeah. Hey, Nathan and Matthew, do you guys support Trump?
I do and don't at the same time.
Matthew, do you support Trump? It sounds like Matthew's not.
Hello?
Here. Oh, hi, Matthew. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. It sounds like you're a little bit busy
I'm
right
here,
now. What
dumbass.
Why are you calling me a dumbass? It's not nice.
Because I don't like you.
Okay. Yeah, but that's like really like
You're
like
a
moron. It's very like
You're
7-year-old.
You're brainwashed.
Okay, calm down. It's very like 7-year-old
completely
logic. Call somebody a
brainwashed.
dumbass because you don't like them.
Yeah, you don't call someone a dumbass because you
You're
like them.
completely
Be more like Charlie
brainwashed.
Kirk.
You're a moron.
Okay, I hear you, Matthew.
Charlie
are you
Kirk
are you
made
sure?
you.
Are you sure that you're emotionally stable enough to be a father?
That's not right.
I mean it. Are you? Do you think that you're emotionally stable enough to be a father?
Yeah.
Doubtful.
What's that have to do with it?
Well, I don't know. You just kind of seem like a kid yourself. I don't think that kids should be raising kids.
I just don't like you. Why does that have anything to do with my daughter?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's like that mental connection of I don't like this person, therefore I'm going to shout and scream, call them a brainwashed dumbass moron. That's very childish.
I didn't shout and scream. I just told you that's what I think of you.
I guess you did say it a little bit quietly so the wife doesn't hear
actually
it.
a moron.
Yeah.
You're actually stupid.
Is there anywhere a little bit more
You
quiet
are.
you think that you could
You
go?
like
so we
Kamala,
could...
buddy. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, and you like the
Kamala.
adjudicated
You're
rapist that
an
wants to
idiot,
invade our
period.
allies that took food stamps away from 16 million starving
That's all
children.
bullshit.
And then
It's
last
all
night
bullshit.
posted a
None of
racial
it's-
trope of
none
black
of it's-
people identifying Michelle and Barack Obama as literal monkeys. So I would calm down if I were you, little peep squeak. But is there anywhere maybe a little bit more quiet that you could go? There's just
You're
a lot of background
weirdo,
noise.
Bro, I guarantee you. Huh? I'm at a restaurant.
Dude, you're doing this
But
at a
anyway,
restaurant,
I
dude.
just had to get on here 'cause I
That's
can see your
embarrassing.
life.
At a restaurant with your kids, dude?
I am. Why is it embarrassing?
Oh my God, Matthew, bro, that is
Why is
so
it
embarrassing.
embarrassing? You're laughing 'cause you
because
ain't
like
got shit to
I could
say.
just like think of like you like at a restaurant with your children, with your small children, okay, and then you're just like kind of like pulling the phone by the table. You're a dumbass moron. I hate you. Like you're just filled with rage and hate. Oh my goodness, Matthew, very very embarrassing. Yeah, I don't think that you should be a father, man. Now Nathan. Oh well, they just got a bunch of restrictions.
Yeah, I'm here.
So, all things considered, knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to last November, would you still vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I did have a question for you, actually. It was why I was at. Actually, I want to give you a compliment too. I've gone on lives with some other people that are very disrespectful, mute you all the time, don't let you speak, cuss at you, call you names. You're doing really good. But I had a question because I saw you once with Charlie Kirk in a video, and I was wanting to know what you thought about Charlie Kirk. I thought even though someone may not agree with him, I always thought he was respectful to other people's perspectives. What do you think about Charlie Kirk?
So he was always respectful to me, funny enough. But I think it's because I was a white man. I saw him act incredibly disrespectful towards other people that weren't white men. I mean, you know, even this woman that I watched get on the mic at one of his shows, and she was like, "Hey, do you want to debate Dean? He's right over there." He just like exploded on her. He really just started exploding on her. He was so rude. And also the way that I watched him like in person talk about Kamala Harris, it just seemed like his beliefs on Kamala Harris were underpinned by so much rage against her, not because of the policy she ran on, just because of her. And I mean, I also think that he was a very racist person. He made a lot of comments saying that he'd be nervous if he had a black pilot. I mean, that's just mask off racism. So yeah, not necessarily a fan, but we are here to talk about why you support Trump as president.
Oh, some different reasons. I feel like he has brokered some peace deals around the world, and I am also hoping that he will finally come to the aid of the Iranians that are being massacred by their government. And he says he's going to.
Yeah,
if he does,
but he's been saying that for like months now.
No, it's been about a month.
Right, like, oh, we're gonna, but like they're still dying, like tens of thousands.
I'm wondering what's taking him so long. Like, I know American government is very decisive, and we can, like, we took out Maduro in like one night, just whoop. Like, why can't we do that to Kalamani or some other people in Iran?
Maybe because it's not politically advantageous right now for some reason. Exactly. I don't know like what that evaluation would be, but I maybe think that's the conclusion of it. Maybe there's not enough political advantage in it. Maybe there's not enough money in Iran to justify it. You know, like they're not sitting on a whole lot of oil. Their economy is not the best. You know, because of the sanctions we've had imposed on them.
Yeah,
and maybe that's why.
I think there's one thing I'm thinking about. You know how that Armada is the Abraham Lincoln is going toward Israel or going toward Iran. I think that maybe he hasn't done something yet because he's about to invade the country in a mass scale.
Would you support that?
You know what I'm saying? It depends if he takes out the government that is oppressing their people and essentially doesn't just leave it to rot.
But what happened last time we invaded a country at mass scale? Yeah, what happened last time we invaded a country at mass scale in the Middle East that was oppressing their people?
We essentially left the Afghanis high and dry after fighting for 20 years. We
not just Afghanis, also the Iranians and Iraqi citizens.
To say that we've already done this.
Yeah,
literally, we've already done this.
Okay, the one thing about Iran that I think is different is there's like millions of people wanting their government to be gone, and they're pleading. And I think Donald Trump would.
Their government. I'm not gonna lie. Their government needs to go. Okay, their government needs to go. Now, I just think it becomes a lot more of a complex, more complex evaluation as soon as we start talking about like an invasion at mass scale to get the government gone. We did that with Saddam Hussein. It didn't work out, man. Listen, after we killed Saddam Hussein, millions of people were celebrating, saying, "We love you, we love America, we love Bush. This is awesome, this is great, couldn't go any better." But then we ended up like having over 1 million dead Iraqi citizens in the next 20 years. So I don't know.
That was crazy. I feel like
Santana, if you want to hop in here, the mic and the floor are yours.
So the reason about Iran, I think, is the best thing.
Hold on. Just quick question. I just want to make sure I understand your reason and your logic. So, like, the reason why you are like kind of championing this is because I'm assuming like the people are rioting, they're being murdered. They have a government in place that like millions of people are pushing back on. Like their economy is collapsing. and you know, it's just a all around unsafe place. And so you think that there's justification for like a regime change? Is that what you're saying?
That's not the only reason. So that's more of like my peaceful side wanting it done.
Right. I mean,
is
right,
to help
right,
them.
right. But I'm
But
saying is that
in the
at
grand
the
scope of things, I
but
think if we were to get rid
wait,
of
hold
the
on, no,
regime,
no, no. I need you to focus for me. But is that like at the heart of what you're saying? Is like is that like
it's 50%
there's
of it.
other factors? Okay, perfect.
So the other factors
So
would be,
with that being said, then are you advocating for a regime change here in the U.S.? Because that's literally what's happening here in the U.S.
well, not thousands upon thousands indiscriminately dying. There's been a few cases
Yeah,
of
not
ICE
at the.
agents.
I'll agree. It's not at the same scale, and it's not.
It
the
is
same
like
way.
1,000 times worse
But-
in
but-
Iran right now.
It's not at the same scale, and it's not in the same way. But still, yet I'd say the values in which would underpin your conclusion that they need a regime change could also reflect on us. Okay.
Well,
right?
we also have regime changes every 4 years.
And I think that we should probably have one right now because I mean we've seen the Trump
It
administration.
hasn't been 4 years yet.
Well, I know. That's why I think that we need to be taking a good look at articles of impeachment for members of the administration and Congress, and maybe even kickstart it with a invocation of the 25th Amendment. But listen, my point here is that we see tyranny, we see blood, we see murder, we see racism, we see oppression, we see bigotry, we see all of these things, not just in Iran, but also here at home in the United States of America, and that's a fact. All right, I'm talking about Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, and Renee Good, murdered indiscriminately at the hands of agents in the States wearing masks who were then defended by the administration, labeled as patriots who deserve absolute immunity. Meanwhile, the people that they murdered were labeled as domestic terrorists and violent assassins, even when they're shot in the back, on the ground, all fours, unarmed, like Alex Preddy. We also see this same system of oppression at the hands of these ICE agents around this country, indiscriminately arresting children and their parents, even if they're legal immigrants like Liam Ramos and his father, to raiding schools, to pulling naked children out of their beds in Chicago, throwing them in the backs of hands, to black bagging college students, violating the withholding order of judges, violating the Constitution, stripping their dignity, human rights, and due process away, just to then systemically torture them down in Sika in another country. And this is all under the guise of the cleansing of our homeland, the cleansing in the defense of our homeland of the aliens and alien invader who are quote unquote poisoning the blood of our country, in the words of Trump and Hitler. So that's a big point of consideration that I like you to make.
Okay, so when it comes to the immigration, I would say ICE, at least what I'm seeing, seems a little aggressive. And when it comes to abolishing them, I don't agree with that because
I
someone
bet
has
that's
to
the first time in
uphold
your
it.
life you've ever referred to murders, quote unquote, a little aggressive.
No, aggressive. It's aggressive. I've seen the Alex Preddy shooting where I was trying to see where they were right, but they weren't. And the reason why I say that is because the last image before the shot happened was his gun was out of his pocket and he was on the ground. I feel like they just didn't feel like fighting with him anymore. I don't believe he should be called a domestic terrorist or anything like that, but he was an agitator. If you see other videos, he was like kicking him and yelling at him. Shouldn't get that. And I feel like most Americans should not directly confront the police in an aggressive manner because it doesn't end well. But when it comes to illegal immigration, ICE
like
also
that.
gets rid of
What you just said is something I hate.
what?
Is that the first place your brain goes is to talking about the aggressive demeanor that you believe Alex was operating under. I don't believe he was being aggressive on the day he was killed. And then you use that as a basis. 11 days before, I said on the day he was killed. And then you're using that as a basis for maybe what led to his death, completely shifting the burden and blame off of the murderers that engaged in the immoral and illegal use of excessive force. Okay? The people who need to be blamed here, okay, are the ICE agents who took his life senselessly and indiscriminately, not him. There's never a conversation that should start with an American citizen or anyone in this country, okay, either acting in accordance with their constitutional rights, illegally carrying or illegally filming, or even engaging in aggressive behavior like obstruction, like kicking that taillight. If it ends in their death and they are not presenting an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death to anyone within their immediate vicinity, then it is unjustified. The murder victim is in the free and clear, and the murderer is the one who's guilty.
So I agree with you about the person killing should be held accountable in some way, jail or whatever. I don't disagree with that. When it comes to eliminating ICE, I say there is illegal immigrants in America that are sex offenders, murderers, and so forth. And the ICE is trying to remove them too. And I feel like there's municipalities that don't want to cooperate with ICE, even when they're trying to take out the criminals that were just in their jail. They just let them go.
Wow. Well, I mean, then you should probably start cooperating with me and the rest of the anti-Trump movement that wants to ensure that we get a sex offender out of the Oval Office.
I mean, if
Also,
you
what happened to states' rights? I could have sworn you guys were like all states' rights and stuff.
But I agree.
States' rights.
I think that states should cooperate with operations specifically targeted to get rapists, murderers, sex offenders off of our streets. And the thing is that this would be significantly easier for states to do if the people that are supposed to be getting the violent criminals, throwing them in jail, deporting them, were actually doing that instead of going after 5-year-old children.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I don't think they're literally arresting 5-year-old children.
They literally are.
They might take a child. They might take a child with them. They might take a child with them because they took their parent.
Legal immigrant.
Well, if they're legal, then that's wrong. And
no, yeah, they took the child before they got the parent. They used the child as bait to get the parent.
Which one was that one?
Liam Ramos.
Liam Ramos. I'll have to look into that. Oh, but I wanted to finish my Iran thing. By getting rid of Iran, we were friends with them in 1979.
How about we finish the conversation about this thing that hasn't that Trump hasn't done yet after we finish our conversation about the things that Trump has already done?
Okay. Hopefully he does something about the Iranian thing. I was saying that you would be getting rid of the state sponsor of terror if you got rid of him. That would be another positive for the world.
Once again, history definitely suggests that your argument, although idealistically hopeful, is pragmatically hard to do.
That is true. That is very true. I mean, if we were to become friends with Iran again and there was a new government, and Reza Pahlavi says he actually wants to govern until they find a non-religious democracy.
Wait, I have a question. So you just said that what they're doing by killing their citizens is state-sponsored terror. So do you think the ICE agent who killed Renee Good or Alex Preddy, who is then defended by the administration, would amount to an instance of state-sponsored terror?
No, so not terror. That was murder.
Wait, so why is it terror when they kill their citizens, but it's not terror when we kill our citizens?
Them killing their citizens isn't the state sponsor of terror. Them supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, the different terrorist groups that they support.
So you don't think that them killing their citizens, like 40,000 protesters, is state-sponsored terror? I'd absolutely say it is.
Well, now that I didn't think about that aspect of it, calling it terror. But yeah, I guess that would be terror too. So they're terrorizing in both ways. They're terrorizing the world.
Okay. So is the murder of Alex Preddy, defended by our state, an example of state-sponsored terror?
I don't think the government said you should do that. That guy did it because he was tired of fighting.
Actually, Kristi Noem said that the agent who killed him was acting in accordance with department regulatory guidelines and policy, and Trump said that we should always defend the ICE agents.
Yeah, and not to forget that literally there's been court cases apparently that has given justification for additional force towards protesters.
Lone Star, thank
so
you.
this would all line up as far as being able to do such.
Wait, say that again? You said a law has been passed to have...
No, there was a court case that was ruled that gave ICE the ability to use additional force towards protesters.
Like what type of force are they allowed to use?
Give me a second. I'll pull up the case and give you the
But can you respond to what I
specifics.
said? Because you said it wasn't defended by the state. I then told you how it was defended by the state. So now that you understand that it was defended by the state.
So they defended it, which was wrong. But they didn't... But that wasn't in their orders. You just kill a protester no matter what.
I think that it being
there's
in their
definitely a
orders.
difference.
I think that it being in their orders is an example of state-sponsored terror, and I think it being in their defense is also an example of state-sponsored terror. I don't think that there's any material difference. There's no material difference because in both scenarios, the conclusion is the state defending murder.
So there's a difference between defending someone, which is wrong, and that person is wrong for doing that. But there's a difference between that and actually giving the orders to do it.
I don't think that there's a material difference in the outcome because in both scenarios we have a dead citizen. that
That's
should
true,
be alive today.
But there's millions of Americans that think it was a murder.
Just an FYI. So to be more specific, the case, which this is Susan Thatcher versus Kristi Noem, the ruling allows them to use the actual tactics that are outlined by ICE as far as whatever they're being trained. The issue is that the original case was supposed to actually permit them from being able to use that type of force towards protesters. But they said that it was too vague, so they removed it. So again, going back to Dean's point, whatever level of force that ICE and the government deems to be enough force is the force that the courts are allowing them to use towards protesters. So again, literally protected by the government.
Also, so you say peaceful protest, right? This is one thing I've argued.
Can you respond to Santana after you respond to what I said, just so we could ensure that we're tracking a linear dialogue?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. That seems like a lot. That seems a little bit much. That does seem a little bit much.
What seems a little bit much?
The whole making it easier to use force against protesters.
So that's the point that Santana made. I asked if you could respond to the point that I made before you respond to the point that Santana made. But you just gave the response to Santana's point. So I was trying to identify an equivocation between maybe what we see in an instance here in America and to what you labeled as state-sponsored terror overseas. All right? If state-sponsored terror is the state killing citizens, okay, then Alex Preddy was a victim of state-sponsored terror because he was killed by an agent of the state, and then that agent of the state was defended by the state in of itself with statements from Kristi Noem saying they were operating within department regulatory guidelines, statements from the state saying that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist, statements from the state saying that Alex Preddy was a gunman that was there to cause maximum damage, and statements from the state saying that what they did was justified and we always need to stand by them. And this conversation actually ignores the environment which likely led to the officer doing that in the first place, which could have involved J.D. Vance's comments on Renee Good's murder saying that, well, these agents have absolute immunity. Or Donald Trump's statements that they're not going far enough earlier this year when an ABC News reporter brought up their perpetual constitutional violations and abuse of human rights.
Yeah. I say it's wrong to defend things that are wrong. And so also I feel like it's wrong to essentially make judgments before it goes to the court. You know what I'm saying? Like it should be investigated before
So now
make
walking back off of your statement that Alex Preddy was murdered, I because of how indiscriminate because of how indiscriminate his killing was, we don't need to see discovery. We don't need to wait 3 years to hear a jury adjudicate a verdict that we already know because we watched it happen. I agree in some scenarios that objective process of discovery is very important to determining relevant facts to the court case that could influence or sway the outcome. But this is not one of those scenarios. The standard that authorizes law enforcement officers, like ICE agents, to engage in the use of lethal force is, well, is the person that they're about to shoot and kill purporting an imminent threat to their life or the life of anybody within the immediate vicinity? And this evaluation has to be objectively reasonable. Now, we know that there was no objectively reasonable evaluation that Alex Preddy was purporting an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death to the agents in his immediate vicinity because he's on the ground, unarmed, on all four. That is indiscriminate, and we do not need to wait for a jury to tell us what we already know.
Well, there is one thing. I don't know what the rules are when it comes to using legal force because the man did fight for a good minute. Like, he wouldn't lay on the ground and get handcuffed. He would just constantly was getting up and trying to fight him.
I don't even know if that's true. I think that we saw 7 agents pulling him in even which way. But to steelman your argument here, resisting is not an imminent threat of death.
Then it's still wrong that he did it.
That fact that he could have been resisting is as relevant to the conclusion that he was murdered as the temperature that it was outside when it happened or the color of the sky. It's irrelevant. Because merely resisting, even if he did do that, which I reject, has no bearing nor any input towards the creation of this objectively reasonable imminent threat of death.
Okay, so yes, the officer was wrong that committed the murder. And I would
So
say,
just to make sure, you're clearly backing off of your previous argument that we'll have to wait for it to go to court to know it's murder. True or false?
for legality reasons, it has to go to court first. For public opinion, no.
But I agree. For inside of the criminal justice system, before the criminal justice system can legally determine it's murder, it has to go to court. That's what the Constitution describes with due process and innocent until guilt. But I'm not asking the criminal justice system. I'm asking you. Is it your opinion that he was murdered?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if it is your opinion that he was murdered, and it's an objective fact that he was murdered by an agent of the state, and it's an objective fact that that agent of the state was then defended by the state, labeled a patriot that we need to stand with, and it's also an objective fact that Kristi Noem and the Trump administration said that agent of the state was acting in accordance with regulatory guidelines of the DHS, and it's an objective fact that the state labeled him as an assassin that wanted to cause maximum damage, that was also a domestic terrorist. We now clearly see how, under both of our views here, this would be an example of the Trump administration sponsoring terror.
I wouldn't agree with it being a state sponsor of terror because it wasn't their direct order to do it. They defended it afterwards.
I don't think that it needs to be a direct order. As long as it's something that they defend, as long as it's something that they permiss, then it is their sponsor. That would be the sponsor. The sponsor of the state of this act of terror, his murder, would be them creating the environment that permisses these things to occur. By J.D. Vance saying that ICE agents have total immunity, by Donald Trump saying that they're not taking it far enough when they're already violating the law and violating the Constitution, by Kristi Noem directing the DHS to change their policies and statutes to allow them to make arrests with no judicial warrants or invade homes without judicial warrants in violation of the Constitution. And then by that second layer of then once it actually happens in the environment that they created, coming to the absolute and total defense of it, that would be the sponsor from the state amounting to state-sponsored terror.
Well, also, terrorism is when your intention is to terrorize the people, massive amount of people. You're like killing someone and then justifying the murder isn't necessarily terror, because an act of terror is to put terror in people's hearts across a larger group of people, not just one person.
Well, I mean, even operating under your framework, that's what we see too. I mean, I thank you for putting it that way. The whole strategy of the Trump administration to reduce undocumented entry into this country is to put terror in their hearts. I think that is exactly why, after they illegally and unconstitutionally deported Abrego Garcia to Sica in El Salvador, where he was then beaten and tortured, and then SCOTUS ruled that that deportation was illegal and Abrego Garcia needs to come back to the United States of America, they falsely labeled him as a violent gang member and said that he's not coming back regardless of what any court, even the highest court in the law in the land, says. Like,
wait,
that,
who says they were lying?
About him being a gang member?
Yes.
Yeah, the lack of
and he was also
the assertion of said claim.
He also was a wife beater.
Okay, well, if you think that he's a wife beater, then you think that Donald Trump is a 40-count rapist. Because we're going off of accusations, right?
No, there was a court. There was a protective order against him.
No, what there was is his wife went to a civil court, started the process of filing a protective order against him. Then later along the line, she said that that's not because he actually touched her, but rather because in a previous relationship she was touched, she was beat, and out of a abundance of precaution, she then started filing a civil protective order when their relationship started to get rocky. And by the way, I'm actually leaning towards believing her due to the fact that if you ever speak to a woman that has been domestically abused in a prior relationship, they hold that with them for the rest of their lives, and they approach any relationship that they get into in the future with the same abundance of precaution described by his wife. But still yet, I'm willing to just ignore, okay, the fact that she said that he never beat her, and let's just act as if she never said that, and we're just operating off of this accusation that he did beat her. If you believe her, why do you not believe the close to 40 women and girls that have accused Trump?
When it comes to Abrego Garcia, the 40 counts, I haven't heard of 40 counts. I've heard of rumors here and there.
It used to be 25, and then it was like 31. And realistically, I think now it's 33. So I was being over dramatic when I said that he has 40 rape accusations. Right now, I think it's a little bit closer to 33. So do you believe those 33 women?
I don't know each one, but
Well, I mean, I'll be specific. There was a woman / girl that told the FBI that she was a part of a child auction at Mar-a-Lago held by Epstein and Trump, where they auctioned children off and then tested their quote-unquote tightness with their fingers. There was another woman by the name of Alexis that also reported to the FBI that her friend was raped by Donald Trump when they were children. There was another woman that actually told the FBI under penalty of perjury that she was raped as a child. And then, of course, you have the other 25 that have made credible accusations in the last 30 or so years. And a lot of those women would actually come from the beauty pageants that he owned, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA.
Why hasn't Donald Trump been convicted of it yet?
Well, I mean, why hasn't Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, been convicted of it yet? We literally have an email where Mark Epstein is telling Jeffrey Epstein, is this the gynecologist where you used to take your victims? And guess what? He hasn't even been charged. I think it's because our government is protecting P3DOs. Our government is culpable for protecting the worst of the worst. Our government is protecting predators. And I think that it's time we seriously reevaluate who's in power and why they're there and what are their motivations. Because if they're willing to go so far, break federal law, defy Congress, and ignore the contents of these files, okay, to this extent, all right, maybe they actually don't want to fight for what's in the best interest of the American people.
I don't know why there hasn't been a massive arresting of a whole bunch of shitloads of people.
Yeah. I don't know either. Well, I do.
Like there's conservatives
look over at the UK right
Democrats.
now. Look over at the UK right now. Peter Middleton was a very high-ranking politician in the UK. He actually served in their House of Lords. You know what happened earlier today?
I heard that I think he was arrested or something.
He was arrested, and the authorities barged into his 2-mansion mega-rich properties to find absolutely any evidence because it came out that he was in communications with Epstein in the files. But then when the files have Mark Epstein, I'm serious, by the way, this has been driving me crazy. Mark Epstein telling Jeffrey Epstein, is this the gynecologist where you take the victims? I am literally quoting his email. Mark Epstein is just roaming free. Free dude.
That's some bullshit.
It is. You know what I think? It is some serious bullshit. And who's in charge of the DOJ that is overseeing this bullshit? Well, right now it's Trump's.
I kind of think, well, they were there also under Biden too. I think the reason why there hasn't been a massive amount of arrests is because there's too many Republicans and Democrats that are on the list.
And if that claim is true, if that claim is true, then I think that's why we should all be further left of the Democratic Party. That's why we should all be looking to let anybody who's guilty of these crimes rot. But guess what? That conversation is going to have to necessarily start with us unanimously agreeing that because our president has been accused close to 10 times in them, and we know he is the character of a man who would do what he's accused of because another court determined he raped a woman and he's boasted about sexual exploitation, that we need to start with revoking our support from him.
I hope he's not a sex offender. But if he is, I would agree with him. If he was proven, wouldn't he be in jail right now?
It was a civil court. They don't send people to jail. They just make them pay a shit ton of money.
Oh, so civil court only doesn't have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. They only have to prove you guilty 51%.
Well, it's a preponderance of evidence. That would be a lower bar of 51%. But I think when we examine the factual basis for the court that held him liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, I believe it did prove it beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Well, then he should be in prison then.
And if he should be in prison, and you could say that so easily, why can't you say the following sentence just as easily? He shouldn't be president.
We can't vape inside anymore.
I feel like he should be. I don't know.
See the issue there? You could say it so easily. He should be in prison. If he should be in prison, he shouldn't be president.
Maybe.
Well, not maybe. Think about it.
No, because you have to
just take a step back from the debate for like 10 seconds and think about it.
Okay, when it comes to the requirements to be president, you would have to prove he's guilty and remove him, because the only requirement to be president is 35 and born in America.
We did prove he's guilty.
Well, in a civil court, you'd have to prove him guilty in a criminal court.
So why don't you accept the outcome of the civil court?
I don't know all the details. I would have to look into it, but it's also a civil court. And that's how that's how freaking O.J. Simpson was proven innocent criminally, but not.
He wasn't proven innocent
civilly.
criminally. The court was thrown out criminally, and he was found guilty civilly, which, by the way, should play into my cards here because he did it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Do you agree that he was guilty?
Yeah, I
So
do
then
believe
you
O.J.
just
Simpson
gave
was
me a
guilty.
scenario of a civil court actually being more reliable than a criminal court. Why would you do that?
Because I don't try to tell lies to win arguments, and
True.
if
I
I'm
actually think that you've been on the side of better faith compared to some Trump supporters. Not best faith, because I think that we've gone over enough content to determine that you shouldn't support Trump, but better faith than most. All right, so I
just don't like to make a decision that way, because I still feel like there are good things that he has done and he is doing. Maybe I'm turning a blind eye.
Dude,
I'm hoping
this would be like letting Hitler into paint school again, because he did make a real good painting of a castle. Like, well, there's a lot of really good things he could do in this paint school, because he was a
paint
great
school
painter,
in prison.
right?
Maybe paint school in prison.
But I guess my second point here would be, is no, he's failing this country not just because of the man he is, but the policy he's implementing. He failed the 10 million low-income Americans who he took healthcare away from. He failed the 3 million low-income Americans who he took food stamps away from. He failed Renee Good. He failed Alex Brady. He failed Keith Borden. He failed the other 7 people that have been murdered at the hands of ICE agents in the last half a year. He failed the 156 million Americans who he's reduced the purchasing power of through the big beautiful bill that makes you worth less if you make under $51,000 per year. Okay, he failed this country's Federal Reserve by seeking criminal charges against Jerome Powell because Jerome Powell didn't want to serve to the beck and whim of whatever he wanted to do. Okay, he failed the women and girls of this country because, for political reasons, he overturned Roe v. Wade, and now there's 60 pregnant victims of rape per day that get denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states. He's failed the immigrant population of this country by subjecting them to constant demonization and dehumanizing rhetoric surrounding this claim that they're the poison of the blood of the country, they're violent, vicious gang members here to murder your wife, rape your children, and eat your family pets and dogs. Okay, he's failed the black people of this country. Last night, he posted a racial trope as old as racism itself with a picture of Michelle and Barack Obama superimposed onto the bodies of literal apes, fucking gorillas. Yes, I'm talking about the racial tropes that we saw predominant in slavery era cartoons, segregationist propaganda, so on and so forth. We saw the president of the United States release that yesterday. And I mean, he's failed our allies by saying that he wants to launch an invasion against Greenland, asking the military to draft the plan. He's failed this economy by ushering in the worst January jobs report since 2009, the worst annual jobs report in 2025 since 2003, ignoring recessions. He's failed this country's manufacturers by causing the most manufacturing bankruptcies in any given fiscal year since the Great Recession in 2008. Okay, he's failed the investors of this country after multiple years of booms in manufacturing investment. We now see that going down for the first time in years and years and years and years. He's failed the workers of this country because we now have the highest level of unemployment since the peak of the pandemic. Okay, he's failed the crypto investors of this country because now we've seen the largest drops in the value of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and many other large cryptocurrencies since 2021, and many others.
That's actually wrong. Actually, Bitcoin was $29,000 in January 2021 and is now worth $71,000.
Last night it was at 64, and the last time it was worth 64 was late 2021. Or was that misinformation? Because that isn't something I fact checked. That's just something I saw.
So I check Bitcoin quite often, and I check Robinhood to look at it, and I checked during our conversation. That's how I know it was at 71,000.
Okay, so it's back up at 71,000. I should have bought the dip. Damn it.
It got up to 114,000. I still think it's a really good thing to invest in right now since it is low, because it's going to go up every time people distrust their government.
Yeah,
Bitcoin
I'm sorry. Yeah, let's see
go
here. November 13th of 2021, 64,000. And you
November
said it was at
13th.
21,000 in 2021? No, it was never at 21,000.
It was 21,000 in January.
Okay, well, I guess that's the one thing I don't see on the display here, because it cuts off at February 6th of 2021. Yeah, but it was 64,000 in November of 2021.
Okay, so it's gone up and down, but I don't think Donald Trump is making Bitcoin. Like, it went up when he took presidency. It went up to 114,000.
That's actually
113.
That's actually true. Yeah, that happened in October of last year.
Yeah, so it's had its spikes. I don't know if Trump is making cryptocurrency go down. If anything, he supports cryptocurrency compared to other Democrats. I can't remember which one it was. It was a prominent Democrat.
Go ask all the crypto investors what they think about Trump right now. They're ripping their eyes out, dude. Now, what is your response to him perpetuating this racial trope about Obama, posting a picture of Michelle and Barack Obama as literal apes?
Okay, so that right there, it depends on if he's saying they're apes because they're black or because he just thinks they behave like apes.
Wait, what?
I said it depends on if he said it as all black people or if he meant it as just they behave like apes. You know what I'm saying?
That doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. There's no difference.
That's the trope. That's the caricature. That's the racist thing that people have been saying since the 16th century. That's the thing. That's white supremacy.
I mean, it's not the best thing to do, no. But I would say no.
Go watch slavery era cartoons. They exist, dude. They exist. Well, they're probably imagery. Okay, go look at slavery era cartoons. Okay, the whole thing is black people. Can I say that on? The whole thing is that I'm going to say that they, so I don't get deemed for hate speech here, that they behave like apes, behave like gorillas, animals, less than, other to segregate, throw away, and do our labor. That's the thing. The thing that you just said. You just said it'd only be racist if you're saying that because of the color of their skin, not because they behave like it. Those two things are the racist thing.
Yep.
Well, the reason why I don't see Trump as racist because he has so many black people supporting him and shit.
Holy fuck!
And how many women supported the anti-suffragette movements in the 1920s?
Like Nicki Minaj supporting Trump.
Holy fuck!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It gets worse the more you speak.
I don't see Trump as a racist because
Nathan, let me help you with this one really quick. Proximity to blackness does not make you a non-racist. Just because he has black people around him, or he employs black people, or he has sex with black people, or he knows black people, none of that negates racism. That's not how that works.
Also, it just seems like something you wouldn't do if you're racist, though.
If you're going to uplift voices of members of the black community that support Trump, like Nicki Minaj, then why do you not listen to the voices of 90% of the black community that detest him as a deplorable racist?
Exactly.
Well, I don't think any black people should actually be a Democrat because the Democrats come from straight racism. And slavery.
We'll talk about that here in a bit. Respond to the question that I just asked. Why do you not listen to the voices of the black community that account for a vast majority, 90% plus, 97% of black women, that detest Donald Trump as a deplorable racist? Why are you not giving the same credence to Nicki Minaj's voice as you are to why are you not giving the same credence to Santana's voice as you are to Nicki Minaj's?
Well, because Trump is he's not saying mean things about black people. He's he said Nicki Minaj is a fantastic rapper.
Hello?
He said
yes,
Nicki Minaj
the racist caricature, of Michelle and Barack Obama being apes, that is a mean racist thing.
Okay, that was out of anything he's done, that's the most racist thing.
Can I just say this really quick? I think this is something that I saw, and I meant to send this to you, Dean, and this is I don't understand how you get past this one, Nathan. Nathan, do you know who Tim Scott is?
No.
Okay. Tim Scott is the senator from South Carolina, someone who is a staunch supporter of Donald Trump. Literally, while Donald Trump was getting elected, he said, "I just love you." And he went with Donald Trump when Donald Trump went to go see the building with the Fed and all this other stuff. Huge supporter of Donald Trump, a Republican, well known. All right.
I think I know who you're talking about. He has a beard, right?
No, you're thinking of Byron Donaldson. Not all of us look the same. Anyway,
Tim Scott. I don't think that, man.
Tim Scott, who is one of the biggest Trump supporters, even he, in response to this video, this was his reply on Twitter, praying that it was fake because this is the most racist thing I've ever seen out of this White House. The president should remove it. Tim Scott, Tim Scott the staunchest black Trump supporter you will ever find, even he said this was racist, the most racist thing that he had ever seen. So if Tim Scott, if you're going to talk about Nicki Minaj, why wouldn't you at the very least take a look at Tim Scott, the person who has literally voted and supported Donald Trump at every turn?
Also, Nicki Minaj not a good judge of character. Okay,
You might be
her
right.
husband's a sex offender.
No.
Just saying.
Yes.
Just saying. Her husband's a sex offender. Also, shout out Black History Month. Okay.
Okay, you might be right.
Because of what we're talking about here, it needs to be said. Doing this in fucking Black History Month. What the
fucking
fuck?
5th day of Black History Month.
Okay, so yes, it was wrong for Donald Trump to post that, and it would probably be the most racist thing I could point to that he's done. Like, other than that, like what you're telling me, yes, that's racist. But overall, I mean, why would he make Ben Carson the HUD secretary if he dislikes black people?
Because Donald Trump, I'll tell you, because the only position that Donald Trump is willing to give black people in this cabinet is the head of HUD, because it has the word urban in it. That's why Ben Carson, a black man, was the head of HUD in his first term, and that's why another black man is the head of HUD in his current term, and that's the only black person within his cabinet.
Also, could I ask you another question here real quick? What is the most irrelevant secretary in a president's cabinet?
They all have some reason.
To the typical president, okay, to the typical cabinet, it is the HUD secretary. You know, there's actually a whole show on this. There's literally a whole show about how much presidents usually don't give a fuck about the HUD secretary. It's called, what is it? He takes over after the Capitol bombs and then he becomes president. Survivor something. What is it called? I know someone watching the live stream right now has seen it. Someone watching the live stream has seen it. It's a show. I think it's not Lone Survivor. It's on Netflix. I think it's Soul Survivor. I think it's something like that. A little different, anyways. So it's a whole show. Look that up. Designated Survivor. There we go. It's a show called Designated Survivor, where the president goes to do the State of the Union, and they choose one designated survivor to stay behind unless in case everyone dies, then that designated survivor becomes president. And like the whole first 4 episodes of the show were about the HUD secretary getting chose to be the designated survivor because of how irrelevant the HUD secretary is to the average president. So I don't know, just something I thought of that on there. By the way, great show.
I'll have to check out that show. Designated Secretary. Designated Survivor. What I was trying to say about the Democrats in general, I've done my history on the Democratic Party.
You haven't. Please don't pick this fight. I promise you, you haven't.
What do you mean? The Republicans literally fought slavery.
Who are the Dixiecrats?
By the way, me and Santana would have been Republicans. You likely would have.
We literally would have been Republicans.
I would have
Abraham Lincoln.
I would have been a proud fucking Republican. Dude.
God, we would. Holy shit.
Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
Yes, he was.
Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was a Republican.
They were progressive. They weren't conservatives.
Most Republicans in the start of the Republican Party, or most black people went to the Republican Party.
Keep saying words,
yes, I would have been a Republican too. I would have been a Republican. Santana would have been a Republican. All of my fans would have been Republicans. We would have been proud fucking Republicans.
How about the Democratic Party?
Nathan, please stop saying the words that you know and listen to what Dean and I are saying. We're literally telling you why that is.
Why the? Okay,
it's because the Republicans were progressive and the Dixiecrats/Democrats were conservative. Conservatism has been the ideology on the wrong side of history. Exactly. Conservatism is what drove slavery. Conservatism is what the Confederacy fought for. Conservatism is what drove segregation. Progressivism is what led to the abolition of slavery. Progressivism is what led to women having the right to vote. Progressivism is what led to the end of segregation of the Civil Rights Act. So I'm actually going to take your logic here. Now that we know it has always been conservatism bad, progressivism good, even in the example that you're giving about who led to the rise of slavery and who led to the demise of slavery, can we now agree that your logic, we're going to use it here real quick, that you're a really bad person and that no black person should be a conservative because conservatism is what led to the rise of slavery?
No, we're talking about
wait.
Democrats,
But
not
you just, yes,
conservatives.
exactly. You just used the same logic with the labels of the Democrats and the Republicans. Why won't you use the same logic with the labels of conservative and progressive?
Well, because you're saying that the Democrats were conservative.
No, yes, they were. But just listen to what I'm saying here. Is your argument that because Democrats supported slavery, therefore no black person should be a Democrat?
Well, they also supported.
I just want to know, is that your argument in a nutshell?
Well, that and also the Civil Rights Act was.
Oh, okay.
fought
Yes,
by
yes.
Republicans.
No,
Also,
that's
the
actually
women's suffrage movement-
actually
the women's
LBJ
suffrage movement
LBJ was
fought
a
by
Democrat.
Republicans.
Thank you so very much. In fact, the Republican that LBJ ran against was a very strong anti-Civil Rights Act Republican. So you don't know your history. Now, that's your argument. Because Democrats supported slavery, therefore no black person should be a Democrat.
No one should actually.
Did the
Especially black
conservatives?
people.
Did the conservatives support slavery?
The conservatives? You mean the Democrats? Yes.
Conservatives, just conservatives.
No.
Just
He's
listen to
not
what I'm saying here.
getting
Did the
it.
conservatives support slavery?
No.
The conservatives didn't support
Yes.
slavery? You're historically illiterate. Hey, also, I just saw
Unless-
this. How old are
Unless
you?
you're saying they're Democrats.
How old are you?
38.
And why are you
38.
following a 9-year-old girl? Why are you following a 9-year-old girl?
Why am I not following a 9-year-old girl?
No, why are you following a 9-year-old girl doing TikTok dances in her videos?
I'm not following a 9-year-old girl.
Yes,
on her
you
TikTok.
are. Don't worry, I'm looking at the proof right now. Yeah, I
What?
am. I only say that when I know it's true. You are
How
following
do you know I'm watching
a
TikTok videos of
9-year-old
9-year-old
girl, okay, that posts videos doing TikTok dances with a crop top on.
No.
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to kick you because now that I've said that he follows a 9-year-old girl that posts TikTok dances wearing a crop top, okay, if there's any other P3 videos in here, they're automatically going to hop to his following list to try to find them. So he's getting the boot right now, so no one even has the chance to do that. Yeah. Hell no. Hell no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Holy shit.
Can I say one thing really quickly? Just because, like, that was extremely stupid, and
Yeah,
him
that was
being
really
gross
stupid, the
doesn't
argument
shock
he made
me.
at the end there.
Yeah, if anyone's interested, and I would recommend, like anyone going to look up Martin Luther King's 1964 warning to the party, warning on a party's direction, the actual letter that he wrote to the Republican Party, talking about how the progressive Republicans need to take control of the party because if they don't, then they're going to lose the black vote forever. Like literally, Martin Luther King Jr. tried to warn the Republicans that if the progressive didn't take control from the conservative Republicans, then black people were going to leave the party. And that's literally what happened.
All right, let's go to get this next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Holy shit, dude. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yep.
All right. Disconnect Bluetooth. We'll be able to hear you a lot better. While you're doing that, I'm going to thank a couple people. Dreaming, thank you so much for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, my stepdad married an indigenous woman and has literal KKK apologia on a shelf. Moo. Ew. Marrying POC is not a pass for bigotry. Jesus. Ooh, thank you for the $5. That's insane, man. Ooh, oh my God, that's crazy. Allison Marks, thank you so much for the $10, who says, I'm going to need Dean to do a rundown of stats like on the At Necessary Conversation podcast. I've never watched their show. I kind of want to go on it. They did reach out to me. Thank you for the $10. And then the Green Witch, thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for that love, the Green Witch. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm trying to see 200 big ol' Green Witch W's down below in that comment section. Green Witch says, these people just need to read the file seriously. No, I won't change a damn thing, dude. They won't change a damn thing for the people that already know about it. Same thing. You actually sent another $20. Thank you so much for the love. Who says it took a dead man's emails over 1,000 living victims. Welcome to being a woman. Appreciate you so much for the $20. Green Witch. Then Lisa, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for that love, Lisa. Art, thank you for the €10. Then Troll, thank you for the $10. Who say white men make up the majority of grape arrests and inmates for SA. Yep. Luna, thank you for the €12. Who says if there's nothing to gain for him, Trump won't move his ass. Not even to go to the loo. Absolutely. And then you actually just sent another one through. Thank you for the €24, Luna. I'm trying to see 300 Luna W's. Luna says, I'm so fucking tired. I imagine my younger self listening to the stream, abducting people, claiming allies countries, murdering citizens, uncovered racism, Epstein. I never think such atrocities get daily news. Yeah, and that's exactly why Trump shouldn't be president. Thank you for making the best case anyone could. I'd also like to quickly thank Andrew for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Andrew. Lance, thank you for the 5. Christy with the 10 says, I hear so many people saying that he was resisting, but do they not see him getting pistol whipped? And since he was pepper sprayed, he couldn't see. That is exactly what I think. He was just giving a normal, natural bodily reaction of what happens when you get beat, pepper sprayed, and then hit with a pistol in the head 3 times. Katie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says when they defend the first murders, they sanction the next murders. They supported it and there are no consequences, which means it's okay for future officers to do the same thing. Thank you so much for putting it in those words. That's the idea that was running through my head. I just couldn't find a good way to say them. So thank you. Josh, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Josh. Show some up to Josh down below in that comment section. I appreciate you so much, man. Josh says, thank you for standing up for what is right and trying to educate people. Young people like you give me hope for our future. Oh, thank you, Josh. Show some love to Josh. Then Tabitha, thank you for the $10. And Brooke for the $10. Thank you both. Show some love to Tabitha and Brooke down below. Then Mary, thank you so much for the $20 as well. He says, happy Friday, Dean. Thank you for continuing your fight and giving me hope. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the $20. You are a blessing. I hope that you enjoy the stream today, Mary, and I hope that you're able to watch it, unlike most days where I know you watch the VOD. Thank you for the $20. Then Amy, thank you so much for the $10. John with a 5. Then Christina, thank you so much for the $20, who says, you know, it's scary. The administration claims to only redact the names of victims, and yet potential abusers have been redacted, so it's scary to think about who they consider victims. Good point. Thank you so much for the $20. Please show some love to our donors down below in that comment section. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I want to support this guy, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio over on TikTok. It is also in the pin message over on YouTube, and the handles are at the top of the phone screen. I think that we just have a few people to thank on PayPal, then we're going to hop into that next debate with Fluff, the Wrencher, quote unquote. Thank you for the $25, Stephanie, who says, sharing the Scottish love between yourself and Santana. Thank you for introducing me to him. Oh yeah, bro, Santana's awesome. Thank you so much for that $25 donation, Stephanie. I appreciate you for supporting what we do here. I appreciate you for supporting me. I'm trying to see 300 Stephanie W's. That is a lot of money. Same thing to Polina. Thank you for the $10. She says, hey, can you wish my daughter, Amethyst Raven, a happy 23rd birthday? Much love from Carolyn. Dude, first and foremost, happy birthday, Amethyst Raven. And second of all, huge shout out to your mom, Carolyn. What a cool ass name she picked for you. Amethyst Raven? Fuck yes, that is sick. Then Marin, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you, Marin, M-A-R-E-N. Marin says, I would describe state-sponsored terror as anything that is done by the government to incite fear, to suppress dissent, or even though protesters are not being killed at mass. I think the definition applies. Yeah, it would be an instance of state-sponsored terror. Absolutely. And then Rihanna, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Holy shit, Rihanna. That is R-H-I-A-N-N-A. Thank you so much for the love. That's nuts. Rihanna with a 50 says, been a long time watcher from Australia. Love sending love from across the ocean, and I admire all you're doing for your country and your people. If I was there, I'd walk with you. Fuck ICE and fuck Trump. By the way, that Obama post is disgusting. He should step down at this point. Keep going. Yeah, bro, I honestly don't know how anybody could see what he posted about Obama, still turn around and support him. It was so fucking racist. Thank you for the $50, Rihanna. Let's get 500 Rihanna W's and 100 Kirian W's for the $10. 100 Mark W's for the $10. Who says, thank you for showing us that there's still plenty of good in this world. Much love from Canada. Well, much love to you and Canada. And then Christopher, thank you so much for the $20 and keep up the good work. Thank you so much, man. And then Jess with the 25 says, thank you for voicing for us that feel like we can't. Fuck Donald Trump and fuck ICE. Love you, Dean. Dude, I love you too, Jesse. In fact, I love all of y'all. Thank you so much for all the love. Santana.
Really quick, just for anyone sending me donations, I'm check your messages because I'm replying to people individually to speed this up, so I don't take up too much time. But I do want to say thank you really quickly. Sean, thank you for the 3. Candy, thank you for the 10. Daniel, thank you for the 3. Asia, thank you for the 5. Benjamin, thank you for the 5. Mike, thank you for the 5. Carly, thank you for the 5. Will, thank you for the 5. Victoria, thank you for the 10. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $25 donation. And then I want to really hop into shoot, sorry, 1 second. Rihanna, the same person that just showed love to Dean from Australia. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Much love from Australia. And I'm sorry that you have to deal with these racist POSs. My jaw just dropped. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep fighting a good fight. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much to Barbara for the $100 donation, saying you missed today, but you're watching on YouTube. That makes me so happy. Thank you so much. 65-year-old white woman, not single. And the words are just spot on. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And also, Rachel, holy shit, thank you so much for the $100 donation and use this to pamper your wife. I absolutely will, because I am taking her to dinner this evening. Thank you all so much. And again, for anyone else who sent donations, just check your messages. I'm replying directly. Thank you.
Fluff, question.
Yep.
What would it take for you to stop supporting Trump?
The Supreme Court ruling him guilty of the
anything?
Epstein files.
Okay, well, the Supreme Court doesn't typically rule on the basis of clear cut and dry criminal cases. It's
or any court for that matter, I'll say.
Oh, just a court ruling him guilty of sexual violence?
Nope, of the Epstein files.
So sexual violence with Epstein?
Yes.
So why is sexual violence without Epstein better than sexual violence?
Because I know that he had a
Epstein?
civil case against him, and I don't think it was real.
Oh, you don't think it was real? Well, it was real. I think what you mean to say is that you don't believe the outcome. So why do you dispute the outcome of that court?
Because I think that person was in it for money.
Oh, okay. So I'd assume that your reason for saying that E. Jean Carroll was in it for money is just that she got paid money when he was found guilty. Point number one, that's kind of how it works in all civil courts, and I feel like you'd be unwilling to say that the victims in all civil courts are not actually victims, but are actually in it for money. And point number two, in order to get that money, they actually have to be found guilty on the basis of a preponderance of evidence by an unanimous jury of 9. No driving on TikTok Live, by the way. So if you start driving, I'll have to disconnect you.
I swear I'm not driving. I'm just getting out of the hunting stand. I've been hunting.
Okay.
So, but you can keep talking. I'm listening.
No, I said everything I need to say. I disputed your view.
So, I just
you understand.
I just want to know why
you understand that we could hear you revving and driving your truck,
put
right?
in gear and then just fucking go.
Yeah, we can hear you put it in gear and go.
Okay, so I want to know. I'm sorry. I want to know why the state did not pick up on that, because I know a lot of things. If it happens in a civil case,
let me listen to it real quick. Be quiet. You stop driving. Okay, go ahead.
I want to know why the state did not pick up on that. And again, I'm not a lawyer, nothing like that. It just seems to me that a person proved a rape, the state would have picked up on it.
You mean like criminal charges? Well, because of the statute of limitations.
Well, again, I can't speak on that. But as far as being criminally proven by a DA, and put in jail.
Yeah, but why do you just basically disregard the civil case? Like, you haven't really given me any good reason insofar as why you don't believe the outcome. You just said, well, she was in it for the money. Then I disputed that view by bringing up that your reason probably is because she got paid money, but that's true of all victims in all civil courts. But I bet you don't call all victims in all civil courts in it for the money.
No.
Okay, so then why was she in it for the money?
I don't know. But I know...
Wait, you don't know why she was in it for the money, but you believe she was in it for the money. So you don't know why you believe what you believe?
Why did he not go to jail for that?
Sure, I'll answer that question. Well, actually, I've already answered that question by bringing up statute of limitations. You're incoherent. Now answer my question. I just asked you why you think she was in it for the money, and you said, I don't know. So just to be clear, you believe that he's innocent because she was in it for the money, but you have no reason why you think she was in it for the money. You just simply do.
Because he was not thrown in jail.
Oh, but that just goes back to the thing. But you've already disputed this view. You've already disputed this view. Because every single time somebody's found... No, listen to me! Quite frankly, listen to me real quick, my friend. You already disputed that view because you said that you do not label the victims in all civil courts, quote unquote, in it for the money, yet all civil courts never send people to jail. They just simply make them pay recompetence. So please tell me, if you're not willing to say this about all victims of all civil courts, then why do you say that about this victim in this civil court? It just seems very bullshit, quite frankly.
Why would they not? Well, quite frankly, Dean, I think a lot of what you say is bullshit. But that's
well, quite frankly, I don't think you have a brain to make that evaluation in the first place. The same way you admitted to not having a brain to make the evaluation that she was in it for the money. You said, "Oh, Dean, I don't know why I think that." You probably have a similar response. If I were to ask you why you think what I say is bullshit too. So, quite frankly, go ahead.
Why was he never thrown in jail for a felony then?
Well, I mean, I told you because of the
Why
statute
did
of
somebody?
limitations
You
that run
mean
up.
to
It
tell
can be
me
prosecuted
this
inside of
man
criminal
raped
courts.
somebody and he was not thrown in jail?
Yes, it is exactly what I'm telling you. Yes.
I don't believe that.
Well, I have no reason
I have
to
a problem with that.
believe that, and I have a lot of reason to, or you have no reason to not believe that. I have a lot of reason to believe that. Because think about it this way: what kind of courts send people to jail, sir?
All of them, I reckon.
Wrong.
City courts, state courts.
No, only criminal courts. Criminal courts send people to jail, and the reason why this case couldn't go to criminal courts is because of something called statute of limitations. Do you know what a statute of limitations is?
Yep, the time after you commit a crime to which you cannot be charged, which I believe is 5 years, correct?
Yeah, it was 5 years for this.
Well, yeah.
And now that window had passed for E. Jean Carroll. I mean, think about it. This civil court case happened 23 years later. So that's why he couldn't be criminally charged. And because criminal courts are the only types of courts that can send people to jail, that's why he's not in jail.
Well, again, I don't agree with that aspect of it, Dean, just me personally, and I would not agree with that if it was a Democrat either. Because I know people say things about Democrats and they try to slander them. I know people say things about Republicans and they try to slander them. And I think that just that in particular was an attack on him.
Okay, but you have no reason to
I think that, because think about this. If we know that I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, I'm not trying to get you kicked off or nothing, or me kicked off or nothing, but Einstein, if that is true and everything that we know about him for a fact is true, how was he not able to manipulate this into happening? Because we know that Einstein, we know.
Oh, he's using Einstein code for Epstein. He was worried that he couldn't say Epstein.
Is this true?
If we know what we know about
what
him,
what if he was just like
accidentally
accidentally referring to what if it was like accidental?
Wait, what if
Einstein?
Who are you talking about?
The island, the files.
Einstein.
Okay. Yes, if that is true, that is true.
Wait, Jeffrey Einstein?
Like the New York financier, the New York financier, Jeffrey Einstein.
Jeffrey Epstein, dude. You know, you get on these lives and you like trolling, but you don't like having discussions about real world problems.
I do. It was just a little funny. I'm sorry. I take it back.
Well, okay. Well, then how about this? Let's change the topic then. Let's talk about things that Democrats and Republicans could work together on.
Impeaching Trump?
Yep.
No.
Locking up the people in the Einstein files?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. But I think that there are bigger problems. Y'all want to focus on this. But as of 2023, there were 105,000 people that died from fentanyl overdoses.
Oh,
and there's not been a lot said about it.
Sorry, bro. You gotta get gone. You accidentally said the name of a DRUG. Fun fact about TikTok TOS, you actually can't say the names of any DRUGS. It's really weird. I don't think that they should ban people for that. They just think it's like the glorification or promotion of them. And it doesn't like matter the context in which you're talking about them in. They ban you. It's it's really strange. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. We got Aaron Ashley loaded into the box. Hey, appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Laura, who says, OMG, this guy's a walking billboard for why victims don't report. Yep, thank you for the $10, Laura. I appreciate that. As well as Andrew, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Davis, thank you for the $15, who says, been watching long before Trump. Thank you from all of us for the continued debates. Oh, you know it, Davis. I love what I do, man. And I appreciate you for watching, and thank you for the $15. Same thing to Scott for the $20. He says, thank you for being a fantastic educator. You've helped my wife and I become activists. Fuck yes! Huge shout out to Scott and your wife, man. I should be the one sending you $20 for your work, not the other way around, man. Thank you for the $20. Sadie, thank you for the $15. Who says, thank you for speaking up on what's right. Genuine question. Do you plan/want your own kids? What a horrible world to bring them into, I believe. I don't know. Right now, it's kind of up in the air. Like, I don't know. I just kind of had like the conscious recognition last year that it's like, I don't have to have kids. Like, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's in the cards.
I couldn't see you not being a dad though. Like you seem, I'm telling, like in like 10, 15 years, I could actually see you being a dad. So
yeah, I see that too. It's likely. It's likely gonna happen.
Yeah.
What's up, 603? Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say hi.
Okay. Hi. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure that you're following the rules. Allison, thank you for the $5. I'll check out Anna Connolly. Thank you for that heads up. Over on PayPal, Misha, I think I'm pronouncing your name right. Misha, thank you for the $20. Fuck yeah, Misha, thank you so much. That is MYSHA. Misha with the 20 says, hey, Dean, it's my birthday today. Love ya. Happy birthday, Misha. That is MYSHA, as I just said. Show some love to Misha down below in that comment section. Thank you for the $20 and happiest of birthdays. Ryan, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for the love, Ryan. Let's show some love to Ryan down below. Ariana, thank you for the $10. This guy's moaning in the mic. That's strange. Ariana, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you for being everyone's voice and speaking against Trump's beliefs and presidency. Well, thank you for tuning in and listening to what I have to say. Same thing to Noel. Thank you for the 5. And then Aiden, thank you. Thank you so much for the $10. Who says, Dean, love what you do. I'm a Republican, but not MAGA. Trump is a disgrace. As Republicans should be. Thank you for recognizing the wrong. Appreciate you for that love, Aiden. That is ADAN. All right, what's going on? Hick Life, Iowa. Do you support Trump?
Holy crap. I don't know how I ended up here, Dean.
Oh, no worries. Hick Life.
No, I absolutely do not.
You don't support Trump?
Fuck no.
Base! Love you, Hick Life. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Dude, in his profile picture, he's rocking like the long ass cartoonish mustache with like the pit vipers on. His name is Hick Life. You know, honestly, I feel like that should be an indicator of something really good. Okay, if the pit viper mustache out, quote unquote, Hick, self-described by the way, are not supporting Trump, that means something good. It has to, right?
Yeah, it's a good omen.
All right, we're gonna get that next guest, Mario. Let it up into the box, y'all. Hey, Andrew, thank you for joining the team over on YouTube. And by the way, if you're watching, you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you like what I do, and you want to support me, so we can continue to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of those proceeds. You could attach a message, and I'll do my best to read it off. The handle's also right there, and it's in the pinned message over on YouTube. Welcome in, Mario. Do you support Trump?
I just came to say I go live and stuff.
Can you repeat that?
He was self-promoting.
Oh, what did he say? I didn't even hear him.
I just came to say I go live and stuff.
Oh, I go live.
Okay.
That's a very unenergetic, self-promo.
It was such a bad promo.
Yeah. What's going on, Omelet Man? Do you support Trump?
You're getting sued, Dean.
Are you suing me?
I'm 1000%. You are getting sued. And you know, if anyone looks like a monkey, it's actually you, Dean. You look like a Saiyan halfway. He just went and quit. You went, and then just there we go.
I have a question. Are you okay?
No, because I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on.
Moving on to the next guest.
Fucking weird.
We're gonna go get that next guest, Garden, loaded up into the box right now. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump. Until I found out he was bought out by the Jews, man. It all changed from there.
So by the Jews, okay. So do you just think that Jewish people
Netanyahu has him in a full Nelson.
Okay, listen to this. You know that we could actually make a distinction between the Jewish people and Netanyahu. Like,
Yeah,
Netanyahu is not a representative of all Jewish people.
I'm against Zionism. Let me correct myself.
That's
what I'm against.
There you go.
Also, to be very clear, before Donald Trump actually took the presidency, he had Netanyahu down at Mar-a-Lago, like literally.
Oh yeah, he's saying that. Yeah, it doesn't like
exactly.
Like,
there's a
this
lot of
isn't
strange
new.
things.
You guys are just like switching up now because like it plays into your narrative.
I don't know, man. I really think that we really got to work on, a separation of Jewish people and like Israel Netanyahu. Like, we really need to fucking work on that, okay? Really need to work hard on that. Daniel, what's up? D-Sport Trump.
Dean, I love your sense of humor. Have a blessed night, man.
Man, you as well, dude. Hope you take care. Daniel, hope you take care. Moving on to the next guest, Tyler. We also got a new super chat in. Yo, Hawk, I appreciate you for that $20 super chat. He says, "We are Phil. We carry the flame." I wonder what Phil's up to. I actually swiped into his live last night. He was doing the whole undenifying people. I don't know.
Oh, guess who I talked to?
What did you talk to?
Don't let me forget to tell you who I talked to. Go. I'll tell.
No. That was the only one. Thank you for the $20, Hawkeye. Show some love to Hawkeye. What did you talk? Who did you talk to?
Fucking clown, tax-paying American. He's such a fuck. He threw a whole temper tantrum because I wouldn't let him come in and like dictate the direction of the live. And since he wouldn't engage, I kicked him. And then he came back on another account. He said, "Well, you come to my live and you can debate me." I'm like, all right, get out of here, dweeb.
Yeah. He's insane. Hi, welcome in, Tyler. Do you support Trump?
Oh, Dean. You know, I think we should get Nick Fuentes on.
Why would I want to talk to a pedophile?
What? Where do you get that from?
I mean, the fact that he said he doesn't believe in the age of consent and he doesn't think that Jeffrey Epstein raping children was a big problem, nor does he think that Epstein was a pedophile.
It was Aura.
That he's a cool guy.
No, it was Aura.
Okay, so you think that it's like cool to like say that child rape's good?
No. It's like the edits and stuff of Epstein. It's Aura. Same thing with.
Well,
Hitler.
I think the only reason why you find like edits of Epstein and Hitler to be Aura is because you're an immature man-child that never grew up, and you find self-importance and being different. You know, we find this notion demonstrate itself in so many different ways, but it's just like you want to be different, you want to be a contrarian because that's the only thing that you have that makes you feel important. You know, because when you're the 1 out of 100, regardless if it's like the 1 out of 100 that's like child rape is good and Hitler was awesome, like you're still that 1 out of 100. So you're like, oh, I feel important because you have nothing else going for you in your life. Tyler, I'm just going to give you some recommendations because, of course, I don't want to see young men like this. I want to see young men excel, succeed, be good for themselves and others. So, Tyler, please, try to get out of that red pill bullshit. Stop making yourself feel important because you're the 1 out of 100 because you defend pedophiles and Hitler, and rather attempt to make yourself feel important, be that 1 out of 100 by working on yourself, maybe get into the gym, make friends, and, start maturing. We're going to go to obviously kick you. Somebody in the comment section said that he's 15. Well, I mean, that's really good advice. I think that's a really good advice, even for like a 15-year-old that believes in those things, like those things need to be said. Even if he's 15, I think that is great advice for any 15-year-old that believes in what he does. I think that a lot of people took what I said as a baseless diss to attack his character. No, everything that I said was actually true. Everything that I said was actually true, I hate seeing, even if like the 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, want to be that self-described important person because of being a contrarian rooted within supporting the evil. Okay. I think it's a way that a lot of young people have, built their personalities about being different. And I just think that, it's very immature. So, I mean, I hope that he, takes that to heart and grows up. But we're going to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Ethan loading in. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I don't, but I did have a question for you. So how come
unfortunately,
you haven't been...
we're just looking to talk to individuals that do support Trump, but I hope you have a good rest of your day, Ethan. We got JM loading up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, Ethan, but I have something. I'm immigrant, okay? But I want to say something.
An American, like an immigrant in America?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But I'm from Honduras. I'm from
Yeah,
Honduras.
if you want to share something with us real quick, but I
Yes,
want to give you the mic just for a second,
No,
but then we're
listen,
going to
listen,
move
listen,
on.
listen, please.
Yeah.
I watch your videos all the time. Listen, just tell people why we immigrate. We don't immigrate because we want. It's because not the North Americans. Few people in North America try to oppress us in our countries. I'm from Honduras. You saw what happened with the guy that was the last president in Honduras, like a couple of years, Juan Orlando. Juan Orlando. He was the drug dealer. It was a president.
Yep.
And Donald Trump pardoned him.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now he choose who was the new president in Honduras.
Mm-hmm.
So how you gonna live in a country that is controlled by U.S.?
Right. Well,
we had to immigrate because we don't have a life over there. I came here when I was 16, and I don't came here because I want, because they forced us to come here.
Yeah, they forced
Because
you out of that
half of my
place where you didn't have a life. Yeah.
Half of my family was killed.
Man, holy shit!
And
I'm so sorry to hear that.
And listen,
Damn.
and listen, and no, and listen. But people don't understand that part, because when I was there, I was 10 years old when I found my grandmother hanging from a tree with 2 inches.
Yeah, whoa, hold on. So I'll just say this: you want to be careful as far as some of the things you say, because like you don't want to. That's a bit of trauma, and we don't want to affect the people. There's so many people watching right now. I know, but hold on one second.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate you sharing your story, and
Yes,
that's
yes.
like I think it's super important that we understand that when people come from these other countries, they're not coming because they necessarily want to. A lot of times they're forced
Yes.
to because of the actual administrations that are in place. And then a lot of times the United States actually destabilizes a lot of countries, which causes issues as well. So I thank you so much for coming up and sharing your story with me and Dean. And we definitely support you and thank you for giving us some of your time. But I want to make sure we protect the people that's listening. We don't want to cause any additional trauma, but thank you so much for coming up.
Okay, Dean, but try to find more information about Honduras, and you're gonna see. You're gonna see. I swear to God. I swear to God. And I admire you, man. I admire you because you're
Well,
awesome,
Jim,
man.
Listen, here's the last thing I say to you.
So,
You are 100 times the man I am or will ever be because of the adversity that you faced through your life that I, growing up in America, just simply haven't. You're the real deal, Jim, and I'm sorry that your friends and your family, your loved ones, and acquaintances are going through it right now because of the Trump administration. Huge shout out to Jim, dude. Huge shout out to Jim. Moving on to the next guest right now. I've so fucking much respect for immigrants, and I think it's a time where we all need to right now. I mean, the brutalistic attacks that we see from those in power are something that for the moment being, we need to counter to the best of our abilities. And that means supporting the immigrants in this country. Definitely supporting the immigrants in this country. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up into the box. Welcome in, Riham. If I mispronounced your name, let me know. Oh, never mind, they left. Moving on to the next guest right now. King Duffy's in the queue. I haven't talked to him forever, so... And let's go to get that next guest, Anthony, loaded up in here. Everyone, just do be patient.
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
I do not. I just have very small question. Real
I'm
quick.
sorry, man. We're going to go ahead and just start being a little bit of a rude ass for the rules here, y'all. We're looking to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president, and that's about it. So if that's not you, then please do not join our live. I'm going to ask y'all to follow the rules, please and thank you. Hi, King Duffy. Are you still a Trump supporter?
What do you think, bro?
Well, I mean, I'd hope not, after the racist attack on the Obamas, posting them as apes, monkeys, gorillas, I'd hope not.
When did he do that?
Last night.
Let me see.
Okay.
Play the clip.
It's a screenshot.
And this is his Twitter?
Yeah, this is official
Says
Truth
Truth
Social.
Social.
1 second. I'm just going to get it on the YouTube. Go ahead.
Dude, it looks like a joke to me.
So-
Wait, what? Go ahead, Dean.
No, Santana, you take the mic. But all that I was going to say there is that this is a racist trope as old as racism. If we look at slavery era cartoons, if we look at segregationist propaganda, anti-black propaganda from 1519 till now, I mean, this is one of the most explicit and historically damaging racist tropes of the proposition of black people as apes, gorillas, monkeys. And it has been used in the justification.
So you're saying
of
we shouldn't
this
support
rhetoric.
a racist, correct?
Please don't deflect. Please talk
I'm
directly about
asking. We shouldn't support a racist, right?
So before you deflect to Biden being racist, I need you to either tell us if
I'm
you
not about to
accept
do that.
or
That's not what I'm about to
deny
do.
that this is
Okay.
racist.
Okay, so we shouldn't support a racist, correct?
You're evading my question.
No, no. You were
Yes.
talking about the post being racist, correct? And
Well, see, my question was,
I said it could have been a joke.
do you affirm that it is racist and that this is never a joke?
Honestly, we
It
don't
is
have
literally
enough
never a
information
joke.
about the post to make a definitive
What?
answer. We don't.
How? Okay, cool. Maybe you don't, but we do. We absolutely do, because the depiction of black people as being monkeys is literally a racist caricature. It's a trope that has been perpetuated on black people. It's used in conjunction with the dehumanizing terms. It literally goes hand in hand with calling black people the N-word.
What if it's an inside joke?
There's no
inside joke
fucking
between him and
inside
Obama?
joke for calling black
We
people
don't have enough
monkeys.
information.
Hey, there's no inside joke for calling black people monkeys. No black person thinks it's funny to be called a monkey.
Whoa.
It doesn't work that way.
Honestly, all I
It's
see is a
literally
little
not a
white
joke.
boy who needs to get his shit checked. You know, like this is like seriously one of those
I think
things
you're
where it's like
projecting right
you,
now,
you say
to be
this to
honest.
somebody in real life, you get your shit checked. You know,
Be counting your teeth.
it is a parallel to I mean, it's just so racist, and it's uncontroversially racist. Like I'm serious. Like we're going back into antebellum era slavery. We're going back into segregation. We're going back into the history of racism in of itself. This isn't new. Okay? This is like referring to black people as the hard R's. This is like, yes, absolutely, because it's what they did too.
It literally is.
It literally is.
It literally. Wait, hold on.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
You're
How
not
can
letting
you
me
shake
speak.
your head no? How can you shake your head no? Why are you saying no?
There's not enough information on the
Even
post to make a
Republicans in
definitive
Congress
answer.
have come out and called this racist.
Hey,
Republicans
yeah,
in Congress have
of
called
course-
this
Of course,
racist.
there's always going to be people. there's
Trump's
always gonna be people.
guys. Trump's guys have
Yep.
called this racist. Oh, what if I
Traitors.
told you this? Actually, the Trump administration came out and said it was wrong and racist, and then blamed it on an intern for posting it.
Well.
Oh, so you
okay,
disagree?
that's- okay.
So you disagree with
We-
everyone,
we
right?
kind of- I answered your question.
No.
but
So
now
I just
back
want to.
to
I just want to clarify that you disagree
think
with the
we should
Republican.
support a
One
racist,
second.
right?
So you're not answering my question, King Duffy. So you disagree with me, Santana, everybody watching, but you also disagree with the Republican senators, and you disagree with the Trump administration. True or false?
True.
Okay. So
disagree
why
with
is
that.
it not racist to depict black people as monkeys?
Well, I didn't say that. Anyways, back to my
Yes, you
question,
did.
Because now you're asking.
No.
I
You,
didn't.
no. Yes, you did.
No.
That was a depiction
Replay
of
the
black.
stream.
Yes or no? Was that a depiction of black people as monkeys?
Replay. Whoa. No, because now you're asking multiple questions.
Yes or no?
You're trying
Was
to
that a
entrap-
depiction of
you're
black
trying to
people as
entrap me with
monkeys?
your questions. I'm
Was
not-
that yes or no?
just
Was that a
answer
depiction
my-
of black
I
people as
answered your
monkeys?
first question.
No.
Did you?
No. You're gonna answer the question. We're gonna give you a 10-second timeout. It's okay. I've met with many kindergarten teachers. I've met with many preschool teachers, and I know how to deal with this.
I
That's
just want
fine.
to
I
say
appreciate
really
the
quick,
galaxy.
and and hopefully you're listening, right? Just for a second before you come off mute. Disregarding the lived experience of Black people, the overwhelming backlash that has been presented as a united front from Black people, no matter if you're on the left side or the right side. There is not one Black person, even the people who are still supporting Trump, even the Black people that still somehow are supporting Trump, are saying, yes, this is racist. Tim Scott, his biggest supporter, said this is the most racist thing that he has ever seen. And so I'm really trying to understand how, if Black people are identifying this as racist because it is dehumanizing, and it's literally the same thing that we have dealt with throughout the history of this country, then why is it that King Duffy, some random guy on TikTok, can come on here and tell us, no, that's not racist, even though everyone else, including all the Black people in unison, are coming out and saying this is racist? Why is it that you can sit here and say, no, it's not?
And just to add on to that, while you're thinking about your question to Santana's, thinking about your answer to Santana's question, Jaden shared a message in Discord that I want to read. Here's some of the history of the racist caricature of depicting Black people as apes. By the 17th or 18th centuries, thinkers like Thomas Jefferson speculated that Black women were preferred sexual partners of orangutans, blending racism with sexism. The great chain of being was adapted to a human, to rank human quote-unquote races. Europeans placed white people near the top, closest to divination or perfection, while Africans were positioned near the bottom, closer to the apes or beasts. Illustrations from the era, e.g., 18th to 19th century diagrams, often show Black people intermediate between Europeans and primates. Eurypylogenists, believers in separate origins for human races, opposing the biblical single origin view, argued races were distinct species, with Africans closer to apes than to Europeans. And I mean, this is just a handful of examples throughout history where we've seen this connection between Black people and the beasts of nature. Okay? And I think that this should make intuitive sense to anybody with a brain. The reason why we've seen this for a very long time, and we are now seeing it again today from Trump, is because it is a way to other Black people. It is a way to separate Black people from white people. It is a way to say that this is the reason why we despise you. This is the reason why you're less than us. This is why we are now able to segregate you from our communities or enslave you as property. It's because, very similar to a dog, you are property because that's who you are from. The realm of creation of the beast, the apes that swing from trees, is significantly different from the realm of creation of the human that builds and operates and runs societies. And the depiction of a Black person as that beast, as that ape, okay, is what led to slavery, is what led to segregation, and it is what led to structural and institutional racism that still exists today. And that is exactly why it is racist to depict Black people as apes. I just gave you a great historical view supplemented by Jaden. And I would love to now hear you explain to us all why it is actually not racist to depict Black people as the beasts of the world, the apes, the orangutans, or the gorillas. Now, I don't want you to pivot. I don't want you to deflect. I don't want you to move on, try to ask me a new question. I just simply want your argument. Why is it not racist to depict Black people as the beasts, the apes, the orangutans, the gorillas?
You know, Dean, that was a great point you made. But with these questions you're asking, you're trying to entrap me, and it's just not going to work.
Can you please just answer the question, please?
And
please,
yeah, the post
just
very
answer the
well.
question.
Hey, Satana, can I talk? I let you guys talk this entire time. Can I just not be interrupted? And
after this, you said that I'm trying to entrap you. You're the one that made your bed. Take personal responsibility for your own autonomy and statements on this live. You're the one that said it was not racist to depict Barack and Michelle Obama, Black people, as apes. So tell us, contrary to the description shared with you by Santana, Jade, and amplified by me. Tell us why it is not racist to depict black people as the beasts, the apes, the orangutans, the gorillas.
Hey, that post very well could be racist, but listen, we don't know even if Trump posted it. We don't even know if he runs his account. We don't have enough information about the post.
So was that
to
a
make
concession?
definitive answer, like
you're
I said.
agreeing that it is racist?
But listen.
No, are you agreeing that it's racist?
If it's racist, are we not supposed to support a racist?
Is it racist?
Is that what you're saying?
One second.
Answer
is
my
it
question.
Racist?
We'll answer
no,
at the same time.
because you're using the question to evade mine. Is that racist?
No, I'm not. No. I'll answer yours. Just answer mine.
Then do it. It requires a yes or no. Is that racist?
The post very well could be racist. Now,
not very well could be. Is it or is it not?
It very well could be.
That's another pivot or deflection.
Answer.
It's not an answer because you're not sharing your
yes
view
no
on if the post that I showed you to be the case.
That was an entrapment.
Right? So, no, that's actually just how logic follows. It is necessarily true or false that you affirm the proposition or deny the proposition that that post was racist. So please be clear. Do you affirm the proposition that that post is racist? Or do you deny the proposition that that post is racist? Stop running low IQ King Duffy. Go ahead.
Define racist.
Sure. After you answer the question.
Well, I need you to define racist so I can answer,
Well, actually, this question is an internal critique, presupposing whatever you mean by racist or racism. So in accordance with your definition of what racist means, do you believe that post is racist?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
I can
why
see.
did it take us
Yeah.
30 minutes to get there?
Well, okay, so now you're going to
seriously.
continue with your questions.
Why did you fight
answer
so
mine.
hard against that?
Hey, you agreed that you would answer mine. Now answer mine. I'm not going to continue with, because that's how you control the debate. You keep asking me questions. I'm not. Listen.
I just want an explanation before we continue. Seriously, like why did it take us 30 minutes to
See,
get
now
there?
you're trying to, because you know where I'm going with this. You know
I just
what I'm
wanted an
about to
explanation.
do.
Like why did it
Come on,
take us 30
just
minutes
let
to
me
get there?
talk. Why are you so scared?
I'm not scared of
Bro,
anything.
I thought
just,
you were so smart because you know what I'm about to say.
You're calling me scared because you just don't want to reflect on why it took you like 30 minutes to get there. You know what I mean?
Chat, this is how he controls the flow of the debate.
Really quick, if I could, hold on. How about this, Duffy?
Listens to Trump's
how about I put in a qualifier, right? I think Dean would be willing to answer your question if you just get past this really quickly. What is race?
Well, okay, so Satana again.
Sure,
I've
really
been
quick.
answering
What
the
is
questions
race?
the entire time. I'm sick.
That's
you guys are
fine.
kinda, like,
What is
picking on me
race?
right now.
Duffy, what is race?
Listen.
Duffy, if you want your question answered, all you got to do is get through this quick hurdle.
You said this before.
And you'll
if
get
you
an
want
answer.
your question answer this question.
I didn't say that.
This is how you
what
do
is
it.
race?
Dude, you're gonna keep continuing
what is
on with your
race?
questions. I'm not doing it.
Simple
I'm not even
question.
talking to you in the first.
Duffy, what is
Satana,
race?
where are you gonna go with this? No, I'm not even starting with you.
The point that I'm getting to is that
This
you
is, like,
are not the
childish,
person.
please.
You literally don't know about the things that you're trying to talk about, and you are sitting up here trying to get to some random point when I promise you, whatever
can't even
gotcha
get to
you
a
think
point.
you have is not the gotcha
It's
that
not
you
a
have.
got you. It's not a got you. I haven't even been able to make my
Dean.
point.
You got it.
Just let me talk. Now answer, Dean. Should we not support someone who's racist?
Yeah, I really don't think that we should support a president that is actively going on their social media account and spamming memes of the first black president in American history to be a gorilla. Now, obviously, where you're hoping to go to this is by bringing up that Biden has a past in history riddled with racism, which is absolutely true. He absolutely does. But I would say that there are some distinct differences between what we saw from Donald Trump on Truth Social last night and maybe what we saw from Biden in the 4 years that he was serving as president. The first big difference is that Biden was able to recognize that the instances of him being racist in the past were wrong. He ran on an agenda of equality and, for the most part, anti-racism.
Dean, what are you
and
talking
he was able
about?
to effectively implement that agenda in benefit to marginalized communities
can
in
we
this
take
country.
pause,
and
pause,
I feel
bro,
like that
pause.
is uniquely different than a president like Trump, who doesn't just merely
Why'd you
have
bring up
racist
Biden?
things that he's done in his past, but rather today is acting in accordance with his racial norms, racist norms, and while serving as president in office, posting pictures of the most successful black people in the history of this country to be gorillas or apes, on top of the fact that his agenda does not operate in the similar sense to what Biden's did of advocating for more progression, but his agenda just wants to bring us back to where we were years and years ago by focusing on the condemnation of the marginalized, by focusing on the oppression of the underserved. And when we now see that sentiment echoed, okay, with this post from Trump classifying and identifying black people as gorillas from his official social media account, I don't think that anybody in a billion years could support that. And here's what you're going to do when you unmute your microphone. You're going to ignore that nuance. You're going to ignore that description. You're going to ignore it all. And you are going to recenter the debate around Biden or me, because I said the N-word when I was 14 years old, instead of having a legitimate conversation about the state of this country and the fact that we have a president today who is signaling black people to be monkeys, posting pictures of them on the internet. And I think at that moment in time, you will lose the debate and demonstrate that you are not a serious interlocutor.
Dean, you brought up Biden for some odd reason when I never even mentioned Biden. Then you went on this long rant, and I didn't even get to finish my point, which is like, it's insane. You're not even a real debater, dude. It's actually like quite crazy. You were so scared of my gotcha moment. I'm projecting.
Yes.
Dean, says you're always talking about my hair, the way I look. We look the exact fucking same, bro. They talk about
dreams.
projecting.
Is that what you asked the matches on Tinder? Do I look like Dean Withers? Just make your point.
You're such a goober, dude. Oh my gosh. And then you talk about whatever. I'm not even gonna go on about that. But about you and saying the N-word, I honestly don't think you've changed morally, because you've been a corrupt person your entire teenage years. We talk about the course selling, the ASMR. I mean, politics have never been your thing. You've always been about the money. We all know about that, and that's what you're in it for now. I mean, you don't care about the people. You don't care about the state of this country. You just care about the money. And you're willing to put down the president. And you're willing to do that for a little schmeckle, you know.
Okay. I'm willing to have a conversation with you about myself as soon as we're done with a conversation about the president that just posted a meme of black people being monkeys, demonstrating overt racism directed towards black Americans.
Dude, I couldn't imagine like how your woman feels, dude. Just trying to. I'm not even. Sorry. The last time I attacked the relationships, you know.
I would imagine that you do struggle with identifying how women feel, which is why you don't have a woman under your arm. Now, respond to what I said.
Okay, Dean.
I'd really appreciate it.
We don't even know if yours is a woman. Okay, it could be anything. With your hug.
Well, I think with a very active imagination of Trump supporters, you would like to believe that my girlfriend is a man, that they're actually a boyfriend and I'm gay, or that they're a trans woman, because you like to spend your time on the identification of an enemy for no goddamn reason, like trans people, like immigrants, like gay people, to take up all the time on the radio waves to deflect away from talking about the fact that our president is spending $5 trillion to kill low-income Americans by taking their health care away, or posting images on Truth Social of black people being monkeys, or telling the military to draft a plan for an invasion. As long as you could keep the base distracted by talking about gay people, immigrants, or trans people, then all of a sudden they'll never have the time to focus on what matters and where the harm is really coming from. Now would you like to respond to what I said? Because we still haven't heard it whatsoever.
Listen,
what are your thoughts?
No,
Is
I've
the
responded to
president
what you said
making
this
a
entire
direct
time.
and explicit attack as as the president
Dean,
of the
I've
United
let you
States of
speak this
America,
entire time. You haven't
towards
answered
Black
a single one of-
Americans, particularly Obama
Hey,
and,
and
Barack and
back
Michelle
to answering
Obama.
questions.
So
Back
he's
to
going to
answering
ignore it all.
questions. I
Yeah.
said a yes or no about if we should support someone who's racist, and you went on this elaborate rant
So he's
about
going to
Trump.
ignore it all.
Okay? No, because
I'm muting you because you interrupted me. I let you finish speaking until you were done. You didn't like that I was able to describe why what you're saying is so innately incorrect and fouled. So you interrupted me in an attempt to rein back the conversation in the direction that you want it to go. But what you'll fail to recognize here, and what you have failed to recognize in the past, is that I know how to deal with your bullshit. I'm good at this. I do this 4 hours a day and all day. So in summation, I'm down to talk to you about all the defamatory attacks you made on my character. Once we're done having a conversation about what matters more than those defamatory attacks you made on my character, which is why you are still supporting this heinous, brutalistic president who's defending the murder of American citizens in the streets of this country, taken away from the poor to give to the rich, and now posting pictures of black people as monkeys on Truth Social.
Before he answers, can I say one thing? And I hope, like Duffy, I hope this is a human moment. I really want you to hear this right now. I really, really want you to hear this.
you just say human moment.
Please, yes, take off whatever the performance is you're doing right now. So I just got a 10-cent donation. 10-cent donation from Christopher. I know exactly who this person is. He sent me a 10-cent donation. A white man sent me a 10-cent donation, and he said, "Want a banana? You won't eat it in hell."
Okay,
This
what the
is
fuck does that have to
literally
do with me?
This is literally the green light that Donald Trump is giving to other races.
Yep.
This person is an avid Trump supporter and someone who was running for office in Texas.
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you
You're making perfect sense. You have to listen to it.
Holy fuck, just listen. This Christopher sent a 10-cent donation saying, "Want a banana, you won't eat it in hell." And literally, he is someone who was running for a House seat in Texas. He is a Trump supporter. And when Donald Trump posts shit like this about the former president of the United States of America and his wife, it gives assholes like Chris the green light to do this to each and every black person they come across. He gets to be as racist as he wants to be, because people like you sit up here and you can't have a fucking human moment and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't just be fucking racist.
I mean,
and Chris, fuck
you should say that to Dean, dude. I mean, Dean, I feel like you should be listening to that out of anyone here. Not to be racist. What are you thinking about?
Well, we're just waiting for you to legitimately respond to what he said and to legitimately respond to what I said.
Oh my god, he wants to have a human moment, dude. He's obviously just making a fucking joke, dude. Jesus Christ.
Did that seem like a joke to me? Did you think that was funny
Wow,
to
your
me?
feelings are, dude. God, you guys are like really projecting the stereotypes. about the
You
left
don't have
being
to
butthurt.
deal with fucking being hung from trees.
When have you had to deal with that?
I'll switch accounts.
Yeah. So,
dude, what the fuck is he talking about?
So, hey, King Duffy, do you remember that video that you made where it was like you set up a person to slap you in public?
Assaulted in public? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I wish they'd do it again. All right. We're going to wait for Jaden here to get on his... sorry, not Jaden. I just saw that in the queue. We're going to wait on Santana here to get on his other account to then join the guest requests. And then we're going to pull him up here. And we'll continue the debates with him. So everybody just do give us a minute here. We have a lot of people in the queue. 83. So I hope that you guys are Trump supporters. If you're in the queue and you're not a Trump supporter, then please leave the queue. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to go and thank a handful of people. We may have to hit a restart. I don't know. Here we go. Give me one moment here. Patsy, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Patsy. I'm trying to see 500 Patsy W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for that love. Show some love to Patsy down below, folks. Patsy with the 50 says, Dean, keep voicing and educating. What you do is so important for those of us who do not have a voice. Racism is sick, and so is Trump. I appreciate you so much, Patsy. Please show some love to Patsy down below in that comment section. You know, it's hard for me to listen to, a lot of the comments that, that last guest made, saying that it's just a really funny joke to send a message to Santana saying, Ooga Booga, want a banana, you won't even eat it in hell. Or, vilifying and othering black people by, ranking them as the beasts of nature due to the color of their skin, then drawing a connection to apes or gorillas. And then the takeaway from that last guest was, well, it's all a joke. And if you're a black person and you don't think it's a joke, then you're actually perpetuating the stereotype of black people to be like those beasts. So if a white person is racist towards a black person, and that black person is unwilling to put up with that racism and says, this is wrong, then that white person is apparently, according to that last guess, just simply found their stereotypes justified. And now when the black person says that is wrong, that black person is the beast. They are the ape, they are the gorilla, they are from nature. The older generation, guys, we're talking 70, 80, 90-year-olds. They were alive and 20 to 30 years old when sundown towns were well and active and black people had to leave by 7 p.m. Alive and active when schools were racially segregated. Alive and active when segregation was alive and well. Those are your grandparents. Those are your fucking grandparents. Okay? So whenever we hear these shitheads like that last guest just say, well, none of it matters because it's a joke. None of it matters because it doesn't really mean anything. It's, just being edgy. Your grandparents saw this. Your grandparents engaged in this. Your grandparents were enforcing the rules, kicking the black people out of town by 7 p.m. That's not a joke. And it will never be a joke. And if we continue to treat it like a joke, we will not progress. If we continue to treat it like a joke, we will only go back to where we were at. And generations of black people will continue to deal with the systemic and institutional racism that already exists today in 2026. But then all of a sudden we have the slippery slope of how funny would it be if we made them their own water fountain again. So. Welcome back, Santana. We're gonna go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Santana, if you need a minute, man, I completely get it. Like, that was fucked. That was really fucked.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna call it. I'll say this. The reason why I wanted to come up today is because I thought it was really important to be here, especially today. But I just don't think I can hang on anymore. So I appreciate you. There's so many people I have to thank, and I will thank you individually. But I gotta call it. But I appreciate you having me up. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I appreciate you for coming up. Maybe just one thing I want to say to you before you leave is,
Yeah.
You know, I'm probably speaking for a lot of people watching when I say this. We all appreciate the hell out of you, man. To put yourself on the front lines day in and day out with the people who think, you know, your family members, like, I mean, literally, like, your fucking grandparents being segregated was a joke. Your fucking grandparents being segregated was a joke. Like, it is the endurance, tenacity, and willpower that I would take to stay on those front lines day in and day out is a trait that you have that many of us don't, including myself. And we love you. And we all love you a whole lot.
Yeah, listen, hey, thank you for having me up. Thank you for all the support. I love you as well. You know, you're my little brother, and I'll be back tomorrow. Fuck these guys. I appreciate you.
I hope you enjoy your dinner with your wife. Go have some sushi.
Absolutely.
Take care, Santana. All right, man. We're gonna go to get that next Trump supporter up in here. God, man. We got Stu loading up. Please show some love to Santana. Show some love to Santana, dude. Man. Hi. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump, but I won't say that I'm per se MAGA. I'm just more so conservative in general.
That is very obviously a fake Southern accent. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got the next guest user loading up into the box right now. Here we go, y'all.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to do one thing, because I actually remember you from the day before yesterday. You joined the live.
Yeah, when you ran.
And, well, I'll actually get there. So you joined the live. You got, like, very emotionally explosive. I think that you started, like, to call me a lot of words that TikTok flagged as harassment and bullying. And then you...
Yeah, I got to do better.
Then I had to kick you. So
yeah, my bad.
I understand that you're going to want to insult
I'm sorry,
me because
Dean.
you have the same character you did 48 hours ago. I don't really personally care.
Do you accept my apology?
I don't care. I mean, I think I'm used to people calling me idiots and whatnot. Like, I don't give a shit. But I'm just saying, you know, make sure that you
wrong.
don't get your
People shouldn't really say that about you, even though you might be one, but it's not right.
Okay. How old are you?
21. Did we not talk about this before?
I forget. That's why I asked you again. And what year were you born
Yeah, I know
in?
you talked to a lot of people all day, so I can understand.
And what year were you born in?
04 in February.
Awesome. I'm gonna thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic off to you.
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead.
Ross, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Ross. Show some love to Ross down below. Thank you so much for the $20, man. Let's get 200 Ross W's. I appreciate you, dude. As well as Katie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says that you make me proud and optimistic for the next generation of dark times, man. Yeah, dude, today's hard. Today's a hard day to feel optimistic, man. I appreciate you for the $10, Katie. And then Aaron, I appreciate you so much for the $10 on Venmo, says the pyramid of hate starts with the quote-unquote it's just a joke culture and evolves into a bias-motivated violence. Thank you, Dean, for not letting those things slide. It's everyone in the right mind should condemn it. Every person in the right mind should condemn it. I appreciate you for the $20.
Of course.
Then Michael, I appreciate you for the $20 as well over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Michael W's. I appreciate you for that love, man. Michael with the 20 says, this shit I just heard pains me so much. Dude, it fucking pained me. Fucking pained me, man. Like, oh my God. Yeah, that was rough, dude. That was terrible. That was like, oh, dude. I care a lot about that guy. I care a lot about Santana. In a lot of ways, he's been a very, adult-like figure for me in the time that I've known him. And I look up to him. Pay me a lot. Thank you. Thank you for the $20, Michael. I'd also like to thank Kim. Thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, this guy is obsessed with you and is totally not creepy. Don't give him a platform. Stay safe. Damn, bro. I should have listened to Kim. Thank you for the $10, because that was sent before all that happened. Victoria, thank you so much for the $15, who says that last guest has never made a woman finish. Victoria for Congress. That's just your name, Victoria. W Self Primo, appreciate you for the $15. Thank you so much. Amy, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, I swear Trump posted that video because Michelle Obama's documentary on Netflix is outshining Melania's. He couldn't help himself. He's so petty. He's such a fucking hateful person. Appreciate you for the $10, Amy. And then, dude, this came in 20 minutes ago. Michael, thank you. Thank you so much for the $80 donation on Venmo. Holy fuck, dude. Michael, thank you. That is so much money, man. I'm so grateful for you with every bone in my body. Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael. I want to see 800 Michael W's down below in that chat. Michael with the $80 says, thank you, Dean, as A black person, what Trump posted incredibly offended me, and I'm sure that I could speak for so many other black people. Thank you for educating this buffoon. Love you, man. I love you too, Michael. You know it. Thank you for the $80. Show some love to the GOAT Michael down below in that comment section. Same thing goes to Valkyrie. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you for that love. And Melissa, thank you for the $10 as well. He says you have to be one of the most patient people. Do you think that Democrats are playing it safe with some of the nominees that they're running? I haven't really been looking at the nominees. I should be looking closer. I'll be doing that here very, very soon. Then Joseph, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, I'm so sorry they have to put up with such a disgusting racist. What you want to do is educate people and change minds. Appreciate you for the $10, man. Matt, thank you so much for the $20. He says, thank you for everything so much, Dean. Longtime listener from Minnesota. Long live the resistance. Appreciate you for the $20, Matt. And I hope that you're doing all right out there in Minnesota. Please stay safe. Brittany, thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm currently on a plane to Florida and I never purchased Wi-Fi, but I did today so I could tune into your live. Much respect to you, Dean. Well, Brittany, I hope that investment and pays off and it makes your flight go by quicker. Emily, thank you for the $10 as well. Show some love to Emily down below. Brooklyn, thank you so much for the $10. And then Brooke, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you, Brooke. That is BROOK. Show some love to Brooke. Brooke says, did you see where the word quote unquote don't was redacted in the files a couple of times? Pretty obvious that the FBI was using software to automatically redact like Don T. That's what I thought originally too, but you could actually look up the word don't and it appears over 800 other times in the files. So I've kind of ruled out that explanation and but I still wonder why they redacted the word don't there, right? Thank you. Thank you for the $20, Brooke. Then Alicia, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you, man. And then Allison, appreciate you for the $5. We are all caught up over on Venmo. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok and the pin message over on YouTube. Over on PayPal, I'd like to quickly thank Samantha. Thank you so much for the $14 donation on PayPal. Who says, hey, Dean, thank you for everything that you do from Sydney, Australia. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Samantha. All the love in the world to you in Australia. Thank you for tuning in. And I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for the $14. Cara, thank you so much for the $20. That is C-A-R-A. Cara with the $20 says, I am an Aboriginal Australian with 4 children who share African-American ancestry, and I work every day for better access to education for Indigenous Australians. Today has hit hard, but I want to thank you deeply for your anti-racist words. Well, Cara, I appreciate you for the $20, and it sounds like you're raising those kids right. Thank you so much for the love. Danielle, thank you for the $5. Ellen, thank you for the $10. She says, I don't know how you deal with stupid people every day. I'm sorry. Oh, man, I try my best. And then Christine, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. Quote, unquote, for your girlfriend. It is so upsetting when these MAGA cucks bring her into a stream for a gotcha moment. Thank you for all that you do, Dean. Yeah. I mean, I know that it's not really an attack against her, and it's just a reflection of their hateful self-image. So, it doesn't get to me too much. Thank you for the $14. Austin, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love, Austin. Hal, thank you for the 2. Then Clara, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you. Says, this is amazing. You are amazing. Please keep going, but please listen to your mental health. Please listen to make sure that you're doing what's right for your mental health. Thank you. Thank you so much, Clara. That is K-L-A-R-A. Oh my goodness. K-L-A-R-A. Thank you for your support. Same thing to you, Meisha, sorry. Thank you for the $10, who says it's actually pronounced Meisha. Well, now I know, Meisha. Thank you so much for correcting me. And then Coley, thank you for the $10, who says thank you so much for all that you do, bro. Well, I appreciate you, Coley. Joe, thank you for the 6. And it looks like we're all caught up for now. All right, man. So without, crashing out this time, why do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, one of your main points in today's live was the Donald Trump meme that he posted on True Social. Is that correct?
Yeah, the image he posted on
social. Well, did you see his new tweet that just came out like 5 minutes ago? Can I read that off to you?
Yeah.
It says, screenshots of me saying the F slur in 2022 and the N-word in 2019 have been doing the rounds here on X. That was actually not from Donald Trump. That was actually from Dean Withers himself, who was, saying the N-word. So I don't think Trump has ever said the N-word like you have before, and yet you're calling him the racist when you're self-proclaiming that you're the higher, more ground. So if you would like to address those claims for me, I would love to hear your excuses for your vulgarness and your language.
Well, I mean, the funniest part that really proves you to be an unintelligent dumbass is that you were just literally reading my address.
Yeah, your address that you omitted to say it. Why do you say those words? Because you don't. That's more offensive than posting a Planet of the Apes meme.
Oh man, what a joke!
Is it not?
What an absolute joke. So yeah, I mean, we go over this very frequently. When I was 14, one of my white friends sent me a Fortnite edit on Instagram. And then I responded to that Fortnite edit by saying that is hella goated my N-word. It was wrong. Okay, white people shouldn't say the N-word. But I think from the age of 14 to the age of 21, I've definitely made significant strides and developments in my character and values. And in fact, the reason why I do what I do today is to counter the reasons why I use the N-word in reference to my friends when I was 14. And that is because of the racist socialization and lack of critical thought and exploration of nuance and education surrounding what really matters. And the purpose of these live streams is to attempt to introduce even more people to nuance, critical thought, and education. So hopefully in the same way, I was a Trump supporter at 14 calling my friends the N-word, and now I'm a 21-year-old, very progressive liberal. I want other people to make very similar changes, and that's why I do these debates. So I think it was proven to have worked on me, and I think it can work on other people too. And real quick, before I pass you that mic, it is also just so intentionally dishonest to anyone with a brain to suggest that when I was 14, calling people the N-word, my friends, that's obviously wrong, racist, and condemnable, but still yet uniquely different than the president of the most powerful country in the face of planet Earth, okay, classifying black people as the beasts of the wild by making an image displaying their faces on the bodies of apes. Now, the only people that will not label this argument as dishonest are going to be the other idiots that, of course, agree with your hate directed towards me, because I'm able to effectively debunk and refute your view and prove it wrong day in and day out.
That's fair. I'm glad you're defending your
Now that
opposition.
you're done holding me to a higher standard than the president, go ahead and respond to everything that I've had to say critiquing your lord, and tell us exactly why you still choose to support them, even though they're now displaying intentional attacks against black people, ruling them be the beasts of the wild.
Okay, that makes sense.
Even though they're asking the military to draft plans to invade our allies, even though they're having the Department of Homeland Security revise their policy to allow for constitutional violations of the federal law on human rights, sweeping up children, throwing them in detention centers, then having to release them because it was an illegal detention, or illegally deporting people to be beaten in another country, or even endorsing/supporting the murder of citizens on the streets.
That was a really good word salad. Unfortunately, I don't compare African Americans to monkeys like you guys would probably do. Like you're saying it's equivalent to compare them to a monkey, which I think Trump was just trying to engage that political side of the Democrats, saying now he's being racist because he put Barack Obama's face on a monkey. But you're saying that that's racist to do that. But what makes it racist that you're putting it on a monkey?
What makes it racist to characterize a black person
as
a monkey?
It's a jungle animal.
Would you like me to answer your question?
How is a jungle animal racist?
I can tell you why it is racist to characterize.
I'm just confused
black
because
monkeys.
I'm
I know
genuinely
you're confused.
But like, what makes them a monkey? What makes black people a monkey?
Well, nothing makes black people
exactly.
monkeys.
So
and that's exactly
why are we
it's
comparing
racist
it to them?
To characterize black people as monkeys.
But you're comparing him to a monkey.
No, Donald Trump compared them to monkeys.
But if they want to stay under that layer of oppression, that's totally up to them. If they think their race is equivalent to a animal, then that is something that they have to look in themselves to further. So I don't see the equivalence to say.
Wait, hold on. Excuse me? What? Can you repeat that? I'm not sure I heard you.
Yeah, to say that if obviously to say that your race is equivalent to a monkey is pretty self-sufficient with I don't know the correct word for it, but I'd say it's not really.
So the people that say that your race is equivalent to a beast of the wild, a monkey, an ape, and orangutan, are the white supremacists in American history and today. We went over this with
the AOC called Donald Trump.
Well, one moment. I'd appreciate it if you want to interrupt me. If you interrupt me, I'm just gonna have to mute your mic. It's very simple. So we went over this with the last guest quite a bit in depth too. I'll try to go over it again with you. But anyways, there's a very long history of a comparison between black people and monkeys. And this comparison comes from anti-black propaganda until 1519 until now, slavery cartoons and segregationist rhetoric, alongside white supremacists for ages now that have attempted to rank the races, saying that white people are closer to divinity or perfection, and then black people are actually closer to the beast of the wild. It comes from this creation notion that we see described in the Bible, where God created the people with the souls that are blessed by that God, and God created the beasts of the wild. And with the creation of this concept called race, it hinges on the exploitation of people, black people. But in order to justify that exploitation, what white supremacists have done for centuries now is to reclassify them as being closer to the beast of the wild. So that's why we see a connection between apes and monkeys and gorillas and black people. And honestly, I'm really surprised that I have to describe this to you, because
Do
this
you
is
think that, though?
really like me describing to you why it's wrong to use the N-word. The racist caricatures of black people as orangutans, as beasts, as apes, this dates back ages. This isn't anything new. This isn't, a new progressive notion that it's wrong to do this today. This is just as old as the N-word. Okay? So if you wouldn't need me to explain to you why it's wrong to call black people the N-word, I don't think you'd need me to explain to you why it's wrong to put the face of a black person on the body of a beast, of a gorilla.
I just think it's a fallacy to compare black people to a monkey like what
That's
you
what
guys
I'm
are doing.
saying. That's what I'm saying. It is absolutely a fallacy to compare black people to the beast of the nature, the gorillas and the orangutans. And white supremacists have committed this fallacy for generations to justify separation, segregation, slavery, systemic oppression, so on and so forth, because it creates that separation between the near perfect white man and the black man that is closer to the beast of the wild, that subhuman level that is deserving of worse treatment, very similar to a household dog. So now that you see it from my perspective, that it is absolutely a racist, quote-unquote, fallacy to compare black people to gorillas, you now should understand.
You're comparing
with
them right
clarity
now, dude.
why it's wrong for Donald Trump to put the black person, the face of a black person, on the body of a gorilla.
If it offends them, then it might, like, if that offends you, why would you might think that would be true if it offends you. If that offends a person, they might think that that's true, that their race identifies with that sort of ideology. If that oppresses them and then offends them, they might think that that is true. But obviously, you need to rise above that and above that.
I don't know where this garbage logic is coming from.
I'm trying to say that
like think about it this way. During the Holocaust, the Nazis, repeated that Jewish people were subhuman. And that's, what led to the genocide, the Holocaust, so on and so forth. So if a Jewish person living in Germany were to be offended by their government calling them subhuman, do you believe that that would be that Jewish person affirming that it is true they are subhuman?
Well, it's a blanket of oppression that people are.
Could I just get a yes or no? Could I just get a yes or no?
under.
I want a yes or no.
What?
So if a Jewish person in Germany under the Nazi regime were to be offended when the Nazi regime would refer to them as subhuman, do you believe that it would be that Jewish person affirming that it is true that they are actually subhuman?
No.
So if a black person were to get offended because the president said that they're apes, they're animals, they're beasts, do you
He
think
didn't say that though.
Yes, he did.
Did he say that?
Yes.
Well, it came out that it was not even him. It was one of his secretaries that was running the account.
That's also not true, but we'll get there.
I mean, that's what Caroline Levitt said, and you don't have higher power than
if me talking about... No, that's actually not what Caroline Levitt said. But anyways, if me like framing this in reference to Trump's post is something that's an issue for you that will then spark you to create another 5 debates. Let me use another example just to combat your view. So now you understand why if a black person were to get offended, if a racist white person were to compare them to a ape, monkey, so on and so forth, that black person isn't affirming that that's actually what they are, right?
But where do you think stereotypes come from and behaviors come from? Do you think that is just given to people? Do you think that is just given to people as a reward for their behaviors? Yes or no? Yes or no? Answer that question.
Where do stereotypes come from?
Yeah, where do stereotypes come from? Is it not the impending crime rates that we have in this country? Yes or no?
Is that where you think it comes from?
I think it has something to do with that. When you've seen the crime rates, when you've seen the 60% numbers.
So from your perspective, black people actually are the beast of nature.
No, not at all. But that's what that's what the layer of the Democrats want the black people to think of themselves.
You're the one
as orangutans
that brought up the crime rates. But by the way, I'm going to debunk that here in a second. I just want to say, so you are saying that like you think that these stereotypes about black people being violent, aggressive, the beast of nature, this orangutan, this gorilla, like these things are actually true in part.
Not necessarily, but I think if you want to compare them,
I'm confused because you're the one that said, well, these stereotypes come from the fact that black people are really violent and commit more crimes. That's what you said. So I think what happened there is you took your mask off and now you've quickly put it back on. We're obviously going to kick him. That's a no-brainer. You know, you don't even need to ask me why. But we're first going to clear up the misinformation because we need to. Black people are not significantly more likely than white people to commit crimes. And now that's a lie driven by the fact that in accordance with arrest statistics, they account for 55% of the arrests, okay? And 14% of the population. But what fails to be considered in this evaluation is point number 1. They also account for 87% of the exonerations in the criminal justice system. Point number 2, predominantly black and socioeconomically disparaged neighborhoods were created, not just by slavery, but also by segregation, which then led to 3, the over-policing of those areas to ensure that, we'll continue to be able to arrest black people at significantly higher levels than white people. So that's why, and about a billion other reasons, in synopsis, that's why we see that 15% of the population, black people, account for 55% of arrests. But then when we account for exonerations and the discrepancies within socioeconomics onset by slavery and segregation, as well as institutional racism today, that difference goes away. So that's what I'd say in response to that bullshit. Well, I just wanted to remove him before I responded to that bullshit because the mask off explicit racism simply has no place on this live. I'll debate you on why you support Trump to try to change your mind, but I mean, now we're just having people take their masks off and then come up here and tell us that, they actually think that the stereotype of black people being the violent beast is rooted within this naturalistic fact that they're more violent. So I'm not going to talk to people like that. I'm just not going to do it. And if you want to know why we're witnessing so many people taking their masks off, it's because Trump took his off too. We've seen racism from Trump, but we have not seen him go full fucking mask off. Black people are monkeys. He took his mask off, so will they. This should be an eye-opening moment to you that we are not as far away as we are taught in school from segregation, from slavery. We're not as far away as you'd like to think we are. There have been leaps and bounds and strides and progress that has been made, for sure. Okay? And although there's been a lot of progress, there was even more oppression. There was even more harm, even more pain, even more suffering, even more white supremacy. So much, it was the law of the land. Literally, last night, my grandpa was telling me that when he was growing up, he lived in a sundown town, and he remembers stories of black workers being told to go home and get out of town at 7 p.m. because that was the law of the land. So we're going to move on to the next guest, man. I'm honestly really struggling with the stream today. Sundown Town still exists. Yes, Sundown Town still exists. That's just, a story that he shared with me last night. And so I thought I'd reiterate it today. I'm really struggling with the stream. Hi, do you support Trump? No, they're not here. Let's move on to the next guest. Oh, man. God, dude. I haven't struggled this much in a long time to keep going.
Best Sonic character, please answer. Best Sonic character.
Dude, not the time, bro. Okay, and see, bro, that's another thing that's holding us back, bro. Oh my God, give them entertainment and food. And what is the phrase from Rome? Give them bread and circus, and give them fucking Sonic characters, and it just goes in one ear and out the other. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, honestly, I don't. I just want to say much appreciation from Canada, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for coming up. You have a good rest of your day. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you're watching and you do want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen. Holy shit. All right, guys, give me a moment here. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, and what time is it?
8:21.
Okay, 8:21. Perfect. All right, in the meantime, could you please disconnect your phone from the mic or Bluetooth or whatever?
Hold on.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm going to thank a couple people. Thank you so much, Melissa, for the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love. Gabriella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Stacy, appreciate you for the $5. Cameron, thank you so much for the $5. Then Avi, thank you for the $5. Anna, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much for the love. They say, have you listened to the new Joyce Manor album yet? I've not, so I'll have to check it out. Johnny, thank you for the $5. And then Jenna, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Jenna with a $20 says, I moved to Alabama my sophomore year of high school in 1996. I can send you pictures right now of quote-unquote dress-up week of students and teachers with blackface and some in white hoods with a noose. The pics are in the fucking yearbook, and I can send proof. Holy shit, Jenna. Fucking hell, man. Thank you for sharing that with me, and thank you for the $20. And, dude, this came in 18 minutes ago. Miss Elena, thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Elena, I'm very thankful. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired and done with the day because of these crazy people we've been talking to. So if I'm not showing as much explicit appreciation as I have in the past, I do apologize. But on a very real level, Elena, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for supporting what we do here. And from the bottom of my heart, I'm very grateful for your kindness and your generosity. I want to see 1,000 Elena W's down below in that chat. Her name is spelled E-L-E-N-A. Elena with $100 says, thank you for doing everything you do and standing up for the people you do on a daily basis. I've been watching your live since my last donation. Keep up the good work and take care of yourself. Well, thank you so much, Elena. Honestly, my plan is once I get off to go get, I'm going to just do what Santana said he was going to do. I'm going to go get a dinner with a girlfriend. Just, dude, go do something, dinner out. Go get a burger. So I'd also like to thank Tom. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Says RE after Trump tweeted fake study stating that black people did 81% of white homicides. He admitted to it on camera. Oh my God, Tom, I appreciate you for the $25. Okay. All right. You want to come back to the live? Facilitate.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I still have a couple people to thank over on PayPal, but I'm just going to let you take the mic away for now. And you can tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I mean, I feel like you should support the president no matter what. Like, even though, everyone has their flaws and stuff. Like, I feel like you just got to keep him motivated.
Why?
How you feel about that?
So why?
Why what?
Why should you support the president no matter what? And what is the relevant difference between that ideology that you just shared, supporting the president no matter what, and a dictatorship? Because what that sounds like is basically the advocacy for a democratic dictatorship. You're advocating for people to support the president no matter what the outcomes of that presidency are, or what that president does with the presidency, including the circumvention of our
everybody makes
rules,
mistakes, man.
norms, or
Everybody makes
constitution.
mistakes.
The
Did you hear that?
phrase "everybody makes mistakes" is not a response to my question.
Well, what else do you want me to say?
I want you to
mean, that's
respond
what
to
I
the
got.
question.
Okay, ask the question again.
You didn't listen the first time?
I answered, and then you're saying my response isn't good enough, so I don't know how you want me to respond.
Yeah, I said, so what is the relevant difference between the ideology that advocates for everybody in a democracy to support the president no matter what they do and a dictatorship? Because it just like seems like you're like trying to get people to advocate for dictatorship inside of that democracy by supporting the president no matter what they do, even if it's bad for the country and the people.
I don't know. I mean, everyone has their rights to different opinions. I mean, I might think one way, you might.
Did you support Biden?
Yeah, I support all the presidents.
Okay, who is better for the country, Biden or Trump?
As of right now, I'll probably say Trump.
Was
Biden
Biden beneficial for the country?
I mean, probably in some ways.
So would you say that every president we've ever had has been beneficial for the country?
Maybe in some ways, yeah.
Just overall.
What about you?
Like the total sum of their presidency.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay, I just don't think that you're a serious person, so we're going to move on. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And, oh my god, he's free. Let's go! Parker! One moment, quite frankly. Becky, do you support Trump? No, Becky's not here. Parker!
What's up? Sorry, I was getting my microphone plugged in. I hear it. I hear you now.
Yo, you have the ability to cover me real quick?
Yep.
Dude, thank you so much. Because oh my goodness, I really need to pee. All right, I'm going to try to get that next guest up. And Parker's just going to be up here covering me for a moment while I go use the restroom. Praise Jesus! Praise Jesus! Welcome into Sport Trump. Pepper. Oh, it's just a child. Oh my goodness gracious. Moving on to Chrome Knight. Only op inside. Dude! Only op inside that give your MAGA! Dude! Come on! For me!
Hello.
I do Sport Trump.
Dean. Alex Mason had every right to kill Dracovic in Black Ops 1.
Moving on to Sierra. Come on, guys. Come on. I really need to go pee. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. That's like cruel and unusual, okay? Alright, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No, but I was just wondering, you're saying that you're really struggling, but...
Dude!
Hey, that's brutal.
Dude! Come on! This person has godly woman in their username. Maybe they will be a Trump supporter so I can go pee. No, they left! Shaking my fist in the air. All right, y'all. Dude, literally leave that fucking queue if you are not an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. What the fuck are we doing? Hi, do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. We got Anne loading up in the box.
Oh, wow. Hi.
Hi, how old are you?
I am 29 years old and I'm from New York.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him in his first term.
That's not what I asked. Do you support him today?
No, I just wanted to say that you're the reason I didn't vote for him this time. You are the reason I did not vote for him. And I voted for Kamala Harris. And I'm a registered Democrat now because of you.
Beast! Beast, Ann, we love you. My bladder hates you, but I love you. I think that's awesome. Huge shout out to you. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here. And seriously, good for you, bro. I'm really happy that we were able to change your mind. You were awesome. You were awesome. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Do you support Trump? Pretty girl things?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Moving on to Haley. Here we go.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened the last time. Yes, I am a Trump supporter. Yes.
Okay, awesome. I will be right back. The mic and the floor is yours, Parker.
Gotcha. Already, why do you support Donald Trump?
For the longest time, I didn't support anybody actually, but I do support Trump because he has changed America in good ways. But I really wanted to talk to Dean, so I feel bad.
You will have a chance. Don't worry. He'll be right back.
No, that's totally fine.
I guess, like, what are the main reasons that get you to, like, is there any policy of Trump's that you like?
I'm going to be completely honest. A lot of the things that he has done, I haven't agreed with. But the things that I don't agree with liberals is that, first, they're fucking rude, and I don't know if I can cuss, but they're rude. People like Dean can sit there and talk shit about people when they're trying to speak. It just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And so I just don't understand why liberals can be so mean, but once a Trump supporter's rude, then that's a problem.
So, I mean, the reality of the matter is regardless of whether or not a liberal or conservative acts a certain way, that doesn't change the truth of whether or not liberalism or conservatism is true.
Yeah,
so, like,
but
I don't understand why you would say you can't, like, agree with Democrats because they're rude to you, because there are plenty of people that have been, like, where Republicans have been rude to them, and that would be reason for them to be against the Republicans. Plus, Trump is objectively speaking rude to more people.
I just disagree because I don't think that it's like everybody hates Republicans. Everybody hates Republicans.
Because of how people act? Because of what they support?
100%. And mostly about how people act, for sure.
Yeah, but so that's why people are going to, it's because of how Trump acts, what Trump supports in this country, and what Trump leads to. Dean, she said she's essentially a Trump supporter because you're very rude. You're too rude, actually,
that is definitely not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
No,
actually.
that is not what I said. Just give me a little bit of grace. This is my first time actually speaking, so give me a little grace.
Of course, I am. I don't know how to represent your view any other way. That's exactly what you said.
No, what I wanted to come here and I don't agree with is how rude Dean is to us Republicans.
Hi.
Because
Haley, how's your day going?
Good.
Good. Good.
That's what I came on here. Like, I've watched you. I've been a silent watcher of you, and you are just like rude to other people, and I don't understand it.
I know. Well, I can talk to you about it if you'd like.
Yeah.
Could you give me an example of like maybe an like unruly, rude?
The last guy, yes, I didn't think that he was very knowledgeable of what he was saying.
Bro.
But you were just you. No, not the last guy. It was like user something. I don't know.
Bro.
But you were. What?
Go ahead, Haley.
Bless you. Go ahead. You said wow, so.
Yeah, you mean the guy that was saying that there's some truth to the stereotype that black people are monkeys?
No. I don't agree with that. What I was trying to say is that you were calling him names as he was trying to say something. Every person that I've seen that has come up in here, you have called names.
Listen, I think that guy deserves to get checked in person. I think that much worse should happen to him than what I said to him.
But I don't think that's fair because you don't even know him.
I think that I was significantly more respectful to him than I think anybody has to be.
Hey Dean, I gotta get going, but she's essentially just saying, be nice to the racists, please. Be nice to the racists, please.
No. That is not what I support at all.
I appreciate you for coming up, Parker. Thank you for covering me, YP. Yeah, man. Listen, like honestly, I'm surprised that there aren't more people watching that are maybe even like a little bit upset with me for like being too kind. Like he was like literally saying that there's maybe some truth to this view that black people are beasts of the wild because of a racist lie surrounding crime rates. And what was my response? I just simply
you
picked
calling
him, and then
people
I
names
explained
doesn't
to him
make
why
it
he's false.
doesn't make it any better.
One second. People like that deserve to be called names. And that's not an emotionally driven view. That is a rationally driven view. Let me explain. There are people in society that do not base their beliefs off of evidence, reason, or logic. And those people, for the most part, are very bigoted, irrational racists, homophobes, so on and so forth. And the way that we can ensure that there'll be less people like them in the future isn't merely, by holding rational debate on the subject matter to discover evidence against their belief, but is to stigmatize them and scrutinize them. He can opt out of being in a position where he will be stigmatized, scrutinized, and called names by just simply no longer believing that black people are lesser than and beasts of the wild. It is a transactional expense for him. The moment he says that he wants to opt into the worldview that defines black people as monkeys from the beasts of the wild, I believe that he is accepting being called a dumbass.
But
it's that simple. And by the way, the black people that are impacted by the views as described by that last guest, they can't just opt in or opt out of it. They can't just stop being black. They can't just opt out of being black.
Sure.
No, they have to live their lives with people like him sitting on pedestals screaming, "You're a beast of the wild."
So let me ask you this.
I get it if you wanted to come up here and tell me that like in minute circumstances here and every so often, somebody will come up here and they'll like try their best to be good faith and respectful. And they might describe that they support Trump because of the economy, and then they're wrong on the economy, but they're still trying to learn. And then I'm like, oh, you idiot, you're wrong about this, when they're just like trying to have, I get it. I think I've actually done that a couple times, and I feel bad, and I try to be better. But I legitimately don't see anything wrong, and in fact would argue that we should scrutinize the hell out of people that willingly elect to hold beliefs that black people are beasts of the wild.
Okay, that's not what I came on here to say. And
but that's
some
the
things I do
example
agree.
you gave.
The example that I gave is that
also, is there any truth that these words hold? Is there any truth that the word dumbass holds? Dumbass isn't a bad word when you call a dumbass a dumbass. Dumbass is only a bad word when you call somebody that's not a dumbass a dumbass. Dumbass is a true descriptive term to refer to people like the last guest that think black people are monkeys, okay?
Okay, how is it okay? Oh, so if a Republican went to a liberal in the middle of like the city or whatever, if a Republican went to a liberal and they fucking said that you're a dumbass, we are the complete assholes for saying that. But once a liberal does it to a Republican,
well, let me get this straight.
Goodness,
if I was saying that black people are gorillas, I'd thank you for calling me a dumbass.
So am I a dumbass because I support Trump? Answer me that.
I think that the big thing that may classify you as a dumbass today is your defense of a man that is calling black people gorillas, regardless if it be that last guest
and twisting
or
it
Trump.
Completely different.
That was his argument. I'm not twisting it at all. In fact, I'm not representing it enough. Like, his argument wasn't black people are gorillas. His argument was like, she left. Of course she did. Run away, scaredy cat. His argument was like, literally, like, there is a basis for this stereotype because of how violent they are. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind out here, folks. I'm losing my fucking mind. Oh my God. How did we get here? This didn't used to be a bipartisan thing. I swear this wasn't a bipartisan thing like 5 fucking years ago. Was it? Tell me if I'm wrong. Was it a partisan thing? Was it a partisan thing 5 years ago that it's like wrong to call super racist people idiots? Was that a partisan issue? Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. If there's like ever a time to call somebody a dumbass, that's the time. That's the time. That's the time to call someone a dumbass, is when they are saying that black people are like gorillas because of how violent they are. That's the time. Oh, God. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Here we go. Oh, dude, losing my fucking mind, dude. Oh, my God. I'm going to be crazy by the... Dude, we still... Okay, actually, we only have 30 more minutes to go. I may be saved. Maybe saved by the clock. Got a couple people to thank. Thank you so much, Rave, for the 70 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. That is RAVE. Thank you so much for that love, Rave. Rave with the 70 Canadian dollars says, please give this to Santana. Keep up the amazing work, you guys. It takes bravery to stand up to hatred and confront it head on. Canada stands with you. You absolutely got it. I will send that to Santana. Thank you so much for that incredibly kind message, and I'll make sure I forward both the donation and the message to him. Show some love to Rave. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rave. I'd also like to quickly thank, let's see here, Alex, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Alex. Let's get 250 Alex W's. Alex says, not only did you have to deal with a guy justifying Trump's post, but you also have to deal with someone sympathizing for him. I'm so sorry, Dean. You're doing work of progress. It just actually makes me feel like I'm going crazy. Oh my God. Like, I know that I debate crazy people every day. I know that, like, I enter into this live stream expecting to hear wild, crazy shit. But, like, I don't know what's unique about this, but this thing is uniquely making me feel insane. Thank you. Thank you for the $25, Alex. Kari, thank you for the $10 as well. You says hang in there. Incredibly thankful for all that you do. Thank you so much for the love, Kari. And then Sierra, thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. And Antoinette, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sierra and Antoinette. I really do appreciate the two of y'all so very, very much. Show some love to Sierra and Antoinette down below in that comment section. I appreciate y'all both so very, very much. Sarah with a $50 says, what is with these fucking snowflakes lately? You called him a dumbass. Get a grip, bro. I couldn't agree more, Sierra. They need to get a goddamn grip. Thank you so much for that incredibly kind donation. Show some love to Sierra down below. And Antoinette with a 40 says, these punks are so rude to Parker. They should feel lucky to get to speak with him while you're away, Dean. Dude, you are the political little bro I never had. Go get some coffees together. Thank you for the hard work. Peace and light from Antoinette. Dude, I fucking love you, Antoinette. Huge shout out to you. I appreciate you for the $40 for the very kind words. I think I'm going to spend that $40 on a dinner. You know, just like screw it. Well, yeah. Well, as soon as this stream's over, I'm going to go say, hey, girlfriend, throw a dress on and we'll go get a nice dinner or something. Kamani, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Kamani. Kamani with the 20 says, quote unquote, Dean, you're so rude. Meanwhile, Trump posts racist videos, is endorsed by the KKK, and panders to white supremacists as well, supports ICE murdering people in the streets for practicing their constitutional rights, and is a literal rapist and protector. Yeah, okay. Kamani. Truth New. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you for the $20. Then Abigail with the $10. I appreciate you so much. Mad Scramble, thank you for the $5. And then Lake, thank you for the $20, who says MAGA treating Trump like he's their 8-year-old doing his first solo in the school play. No concept of accountability. Playing politics like it's a sport. Yeah, isn't that crazy that there's no concept of accountability for the goddamn fucking president? Thank you for the $20. And then Shelly, thank you for the $15, who says thank you for everything that you do, Dean. Thank you so much, Shelly. Love you. Appreciate you for the $1. That's insane. Love you, by the way. Fee, thank you for the $1. And then Keith, thank you for the $2. I appreciate y'all. Let's quickly catch up over on PayPal. While I'm loading that up real quick, Mr. New Guest, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not. I just want to say big up, Dean. That video was barbaric and keep doing what you're doing, bro. Respect to you every day. My guy. I
appreciate that guy. All right. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you, dude. Huge shout out to that guy. I wanted to ask him in case he wasn't a Trump supporter. I didn't want to keep him like waiting super duper long. Moving on to our next guest, Brandon. Here we go. Never mind. His new name is Ken. This is probably a troll. I do support Trump.
It's such a gay bastard!
Same fucking fetus. Yeah, at least we have some normalcy here. Okay. Thank you, screaming fetus. I needed that today. Mike, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, even as a European, the likes of you, Parker, and Santana keep me sane. Please keep up the good work. These idiots almost make me glad my dad isn't around to see this hate and bullshit. Thank you for the $11, Mike. And I know right where you're coming from. I appreciate you, bro. What's going on, Robert? Do you support Trump?
Hi. I would say I'd lean more towards Trump. My question to you was simple. Where do you think we'd be if Kamala got elected?
Wow. That's a really good question that I like thinking about. Well, first off, we wouldn't be threatening to invade one of our allies, so our connections with our allies would be significantly stronger. B, we wouldn't have ICE agents running around in the streets completely unchecked, taking 5-year-olds and throwing them in detention centers or murdering American citizens in broad daylight. So a lot of people would still be alive, and we wouldn't see like protests breaking out across the country. We'd also be a lot more unified because of that. D, we wouldn't see undocumented immigrants being deported with no due process to El Salvador, and then being beaten and tortured. So, there's like literally hundreds of thousands of people that instead of being in a jail cell, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. and getting beat by the guards, would either, still be in America, but even if they were deported, would just be back at home with their family.
No, I know.
Wherever they came from. E, well, the big beautiful bill wouldn't have passed, so 10 million low-income Americans that no longer have healthcare today, that are scrambling, trying to figure out how to pay for a bill, because if they break their arm, now their life is destroyed or their children are in debt. They would just be able to go to the hospital with no worries because they have Medicaid. Same thing with food stamps. 3 million more people would have food stamps. F, G, I don't know. I'm getting pretty far in the alphabet now. There's also 60 pregnant victims of rape that are denied access to abortion every single day. In this country, like right now, like that's actually happening like today as we speak. If Kamala Harris was elected and she codified Roe v. Wade with federal policy, that wouldn't be happening. Okay. And those 60 women per day would be protected alongside the 66 million American women and girls who had their access to abortion cut off as well. We'd see tax cuts that actually work for the working class, unlike the big beautiful bill that reduces their purchasing power. We'd see lower federal expenditure. And I just think that we'd see more unity, man, because a lot of the things that Trump has done in the last year somehow divided us more than we already were. All right. Because now all of a sudden, like, I don't know. Here's what I want to say. Families get split apart when one side of the family is arguing that it's okay to label black people as gorillas and the other side isn't. Families get split apart when one side of the family is arguing that it's okay to torture people and the other side isn't. Okay? Families get split apart when one side is arguing that it's okay to want a rapist in the highest ranking position of power known to mankind and the other isn't. And I don't think that we'd have as much of those issues to the same degree if Kamala Harris was president. So I think that a lot less families would be getting split apart.
My concern with Kamala was her competency in supporting the role as a president.
Well, I mean, if competency is like your number one issue, then Donald Trump would be your very last guy. I mean, like we just talked about, the labeling black people as gorillas. That was actually just a picture and a video that he posted, parroting conspiracy theories about the 2020 election, saying that the voting machines in like Fulton County had these Taiwanese chips illegally installed that were then like sending the votes to Italian satellites that were then like checked by people, and they were proven to have been fraudulent. Not to mention he shit his pants.
Did he really make a mockery of the Obama and his wife? Is it proven? Because it just seems so absurd.
I know, right? This is the one topic where I'm not actually upset with you for saying, "Are we sure it's real?" And I'm actually happy with you because you're saying, "Are we sure it's real?" Because that tells me that you recognize it is unfucking real for the president to be. Yes, thank you. Which is exactly why you should stop supporting him. It is beneath the Oval Office. It is insane.
But let's be clear, with all the AI and all the people post stuff, and you're not sure it's true anymore. And I got a question.
Oh my God. Honestly, I've never been like more happy with the Trump supporter denying reality, because, it was a true social, like they did respond, so I've actually never been more happy with this. Like, I'm actually not mad at you. It is so insane that I would doubt it too if I was in your shoes. And I think that tells me something good about you because you recognize it's insane. But I did take a screen recording of it on my phone because I expected somebody to do this. So let me pull it up. This is from my phone. Like I said, I took this screen recording last night. I just actually got to send it over to myself. Do give me one moment. I just uploaded it to my
Take your time.
Discord DMs. Here we go. Download. Perfect.
Initiated by.
Add video. There we go. All right, do be patient. By the way, I think that there's some like weird ads in this screen recording, and I thought I'd clarify that's not pulling from my own metadata. I clicked this link off of Twitter, then went to Truth Social. It's not like pulling from my metadata. I swear I'm not like Googling single women near me. So I wanted to clarify on that because there could be a lot of ad targeting based upon your own cookies or your metadata. But that's not the case. That's just simply the ads that run on Truth Social. Okay. All right. Perfect. Let me also go ahead and throw this up over on YouTube. All right. Yeah, it's too small. All right. Here we go. All right. Let me restart it. Well, it didn't restart. All right. Perfect. I clicked the link to Truth Social. On the bottom, you can see that it says truthsocial.com. Okay. Here's his official Truth Social. And then you could see me scroll to the end of the video and show Barack and Michelle Obama. And then you could see me like doing that. You know, you could tell it's real. There's the single woman near me. And then there's his account and another single woman near me. Okay. All right. So can we agree that it's real?
How does he not have people in his cabinet not saying, listen, this is a terrible idea to post this?
Because we've been right all along. Him and his cabinet are crazy. And that's why, honestly, Robert, I don't know why. I have faith in you. I feel like this could be a really pivotal moment for you. This could be like a really pivotal moment for you. Like a really pivotal moment for you. Trump doesn't really listen to anyone. He just kind of posts what he wants to. And
I know.
him and his whole cabinet are just kind of yes men.
I like even his family members. I'd be like, Dad, this is a bad idea. Please, refrain.
Yeah, dude. How about this? I could give you like more of a nuanced response. Why his cabinet doesn't say anything else? They're just yes men.
They're afraid of him.
Not even. I wouldn't hedge my money there. Here's where I hedge my money on. So in his first 4 years, he was new to politics. He was new to the presidency, and he selected a cabinet, right? But then at the end of his term, that cabinet like disavowed him. Sorry, that cabinet disavowed him. Okay, he fired like multiple chief of staffs because they said, "Hey Trump, this is a bad idea. Hey Trump, this is not good for the American people." And then at the end of his term, him like installing himself for another 4 years hinged on Mike Pence saying, "Okay, Trump, I will sign off on these fake votes in Congress for you and install you for another 4 years." And Mike Pence said no. So Donald Trump left his first 4 years of the presidency upset that he had picked people that were not yes men, that had their own ideological framework and genuinely wanted what's best for the American people compared to wanting whatever is best for Trump in accordance with Trump's desires. So after that inexperience of getting as close to being a dictator as you can operating in a democracy, for a second term, he said, I'm only going to pick people that are going to be absolute yes men that have demonstrated undying loyalty to the MAGA cult. And now they'll just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's a cult, like you said. I think it's a cult on both sides, though. And it's tough navigating what's best for this country overall. And
you are doing a whole lot better than other Trump supporters. You know, you really are.
I wouldn't classify myself as a Trump supporter. I'm more of like, okay, what does this person have to say, and what does this person have to say, and where are we at as a country? And to be honest, with Biden and Kamala, I was just in fear of the next 4 years under that regime, based on their incompetency. Like, for example, like Biden's his health issues and all that, and then Kamala, like,
I don't know, man.
She just didn't.
Biden health issues. Go ahead and continue to speak about Kamala Harris.
Overall, it was like, what was she going to bring to the table?
Well, in virtue of the fact that she's not Trump, she's already bringing something. But if you'd like me to go on and expand on the policy she ran on, and I'd happily be able to do that.
My concerns are more economical and like
yeah. So
right
explain
now
the
the
policy
gas
that she ran
prices
on.
went down, and I'm like, yeah, Trump's a jerk and all this, and he does these awful things. But in my pocket, like I'm a family man. I got 2 kids. They're going to college. I'm just some dummy plumber, and to see the gas prices go down, and it puts a couple of bucks in my wallet, and
Yeah, but like but think about it. A couple bucks in your wallet at the expense of the liberty and freedoms of millions. And that's
I know, and I know.
That's if Donald Trump reduced the price of gas, which I deny.
All I know is it's down, and I know. Look,
Right,
I look at
all you know is that it's down, and that's what you look at. Are you looking at? But you might be experiencing selection bias. Okay, because
I am
there's a lot of
selection biased.
Right, because you're looking at gas down, hurrah, celebrate Trump.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at the big picture and
what about unemployment? Unemployment is up, highest since the pandemic. Layoffs.
I just got laid off
high-
today. I just got laid off today.
Brother, you know what happened last month in January?
Tell me.
The most layoffs ever since the Great Recession.
I know, but like economics. So
like you,
it's weird.
You just lost your job because
I'll
of
get
Trump.
another one. I'll get another one.
Oh, Robert, you were doing so good. I feel like you tripped on the finish line.
No, I'm not going to trip. I'm going to explain something that over the years, like I'm 50. Listen, I'm 55. Real quick.
Okay.
I'm 55. And I've seen over decades, like sometimes, like a party comes in or, a president for 4 years, and they'll make it seem like, oh, the economy's doing great. They're spending all this kind of money. Then the next person that comes in has to deal with the fallout of what they did wrong. And then they try to pick it up.
Okay.
And then they pick it up. And I'm not saying Democrat or Republican, but sometimes like the damage, like Obama, he came into the housing crisis. And people are like 3 months later, they're like, oh, how come you didn't fix the housing crisis yet? And I was saying to myself, I'm like, geez,
yeah,
if I went into debt, I'm not going to save myself in 3 months. And I'm just one person.
No, I hear
These
you.
people expected
listen.
to clean up the mess in 3 months for an entire country, like 350 million.
I hear you. I actually do hear you. What if this was a crisis onset by Biden and Trump's still working on cleaning it up? I hear you.
And Trump might have set one on Biden, It's just the waves that come and go. And
how about this? Would you agree that a good way to test your hypothesis would be to attempt to identify when this crisis started? And if it started under Biden, like towards the end of his term, okay, then you're right. But if it didn't start under Biden towards the end of his term and started under Trump after his inauguration, then you're wrong. Is that fair?
It's fair.
Okay. So now
I don't
all
have
we have
enough
to do is
intel to form a
I can help you.
You have more than I do.
Let me help you. All right. So you just fairly agreed, okay, that the way to prove your hypothesis right is to identify if this crisis started at the end of Biden's term. But if this crisis started at the beginning of Trump's term, it'd prove your hypothesis wrong. So let's look at the data. Well, the crisis started at the beginning of 2025. First macroeconomic data point, investment in American manufacturing. I'm pulling this data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Wow.
It went up every single financial quarter of 2023 and 2024. 2025, first quarter, goes down. Next data point, GDP growth. It went up, once again, every single financial quarter of 2023 and 2024. 2025 comes around, first quarter, GDP growth goes down. It actually goes negative, meaning our GDP got smaller. Crisis started under Trump. Okay, third macroeconomic data point, employment and jobs. Unemployment generally trended down every single financial quarter under 2023 and 2024. 2025, we get our worst job report since 2003, ignoring recessions. Started under Trump. Layoffs. Because unemployment was, generally going down in 2023 and 2024, layoffs were also generally going down in 2023 and 2024. And this actually has a lot to do with that business investment that we were talking about. Companies were making more money, reinvesting more back in, and hiring more people.
Now, wait.
2025 comes around.
You can also break it down to blue states and red states and like where is the fault? You know what I mean? There's so many perspectives to analyze to form a legitimate conclusion as to where it is or where it needs help or where it.
When you do
there's so many dynamics to it.
When you do that, the blue states outperform the red states. But I thought that we're just trying to prove the hypothesis of yours right or wrong. Did this crisis start under Trump or did it start at the end of Biden's term?
Yeah,
all the data I just showed you proved that it started under Trump.
Now let's be clear on this, and you'll recall. All right, COVID wiped out a lot of jobs for a lot of people, based on the whole shutdown and all restaurants. From what I heard during the COVID, 75% of the restaurants in New Jersey closed their doors and they never reopened because they couldn't sustain the shutdown and the overhead and no customers, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, now, restaurants are hard business. During the pandemic, holy shit, so many restaurants closed their doors.
Let's go a little further. Biden comes in. COVID got released. They're like, okay, everyone's safe. You can go back to doing whatever. Now, Biden promotes this huge job increase. But essentially, that job increase was only because of COVID ended and people could go back to work. I was on a furlough.
Go back to work. Notice what you just said. Go back to work. So they were employed, unemployed because of the pandemic, and then employed again. So we would expect the unemployment rate before the pandemic to be very similar to the unemployment rate after the pandemic. But if the unemployment rate after the pandemic went any lower than the unemployment rate before the pandemic, then they weren't just merely bounce back jobs, but actually new jobs.
To me, it wasn't new jobs. It was people getting their jobs back and the unemployment rate decreasing immediately after COVID ended.
Think about this. If I gave you $100 and then you gave me $120 back, I'd be getting my $100 back plus $20 new dollars, right?
Correct.
So if before the pandemic, we had an unemployment level of, 4.5%, and then after the pandemic, we had a 50-year record low level of unemployment at 3.6%. Okay, all of those people were reemployed because the peak unemployment rate during the pandemic was 14.8%. So it bounced back to 4%, which it was before the pandemic, but then it went down again to 3.6%. So all of the jobs in between the unemployment level of 4% and 3.6%
was the 0.4%.
No. Yeah,
that's math.
So those were all the new jobs. So that's what I'm talking about. I agree with you that there were a lot of bounce back jobs from the Biden-Harris administration following the pandemic. But see, the thing is because of their economic policy, they didn't merely get us back to where we were before the pandemic. They actually pushed us forward.
That's news to me. And, this is why I like talking to you because you're bringing up the numbers.
Yeah.
Of course, they would have to be verified, but it's comforting.
At this point, I could say that they have been verified because the numbers have maintained consistency under the Biden-Harris administration and the Trump administration.
Now, that being said, with the Trump administration, how are we looking now? You know better than I do.
Bad. Really bad. Right now, our unemployment rate is actually the highest it was since the pandemic. Right now...
That's disturbing.
Yeah, in January, we had the most layoffs since 2009. Isn't that crazy? Think about that for a second. There's not been a January since 2009 with a housing crisis that more people have lost their jobs. than January of this year, 2026.
Well, I'm one of them.
Exactly. So do you see here how, like, regardless of what the TV says, regardless of what Fox News says, a lot of people are doing significantly worse than they were under Biden, including you. Can we agree there?
Well, yeah.
Can we? Regardless of what
we
the
can.
just the material
Listen.
impact. A lot of people are doing a lot worse today under Trump than they were under Biden, even you.
Yeah, I'll agree, and I could probably speak for half the country. Like the electricity, all this stuff that's going up that we have no control over, and
Electricity. Let me give you another statistic. The Big Beautiful Bill, rolled back 72% of the production of clean energy in this country because Donald Trump doesn't like it. He thinks coal's clean, and he also has oily as X really deep in his pockets. And so because of that, rolling back those credits, reducing the productive output of clean energy by 72%, reduced the overall supply of all energy. And because of that, last year, experts projected that energy would go up by around $500 per year for the average American household. And look at you, Robert, today saying my energy bills got more expensive. Well, we could actually track that more expensive energy bill that you're paying today all the way back to the Big Beautiful Bill that Trump passed in July of 2025.
well, the way I'd see it is, like, people can do the clean energy and say all these things, and ultimately, I believe, unfortunately, oil runs this planet.
No, you're right. You're right. Oil
And there's
is really
no other way
important.
around it.
Oil
Like,
is really important
You can
right
worship
now.
whatever you want, but at the end of the day, we worship oil because that's what keeps this whole planet moving.
Right now, oil is really important. I agree with you. Okay, the agenda.
You can't
of the
get
left,
around it.
Well, you can, and that's what the agenda of the left is. So right now, the agenda of the left is not we need to get rid of oil right now, but we just need to heavily increase our investment into renewable forms of energy production, so that at some point far in the future, when that renewable energy is just as attainable / affordable as oil, we could switch over there. But the point about energy that I brought up, okay, that clean energy production subsidy that Trump rolled back, okay, even though, I don't know, how do I want to say this? It caused an overall reduction in the energy supply. Regardless if you like it or not, there was still a lot of clean energy with the non-clean energy that amounted to the total energy supply. And the price of something is controlled by that something's supply and that something's demand. And when we got rid of a lot of that clean energy production with the Big Beautiful Bill, the overall supply of energy went down, okay? And when the overall supply of energy went down, the equilibrium price went up, meaning that you're paying more today.
Yeah, well, when you switch from one thing to another, there's going to be a hiccup in between, no matter what. And like you go Biden promoting the clean energy and everything's going that way and people are getting on board with it. And all of a sudden Trump comes in and he's like, no, we're shutting all this down, the wind farm, blah, blah, blah. Now you got a disruption. You got all these people that were employed to install these things. Now they're looking for a job. You know, it's
clean energy is the way of the future, dude. Eventually we're going to have to make the switch. Eventually we
I'm
will.
all aboard if it works.
And that's exactly what the investment into the research and development is doing, is making it work.
Yeah, I listen, you know, I'm 55. So in the 80s, they came out with an electric car and it failed. But what it did do was it paved the way for people to like research it more and
exactly. Yeah, more R&D,
continue.
and now electric cars are everywhere.
They are.
And much more
I still
sustainable
think-
than gas vehicles, by the way.
I mean, that's questionable, but
It's actually not. If Elon Musk wasn't like super terrible, I'd own a Tesla. Yeah, the only reason why I don't own a Tesla is because of Elon Musk.
Well, that's
I'm
the
a
other
big EV
thing.
fan.
like you just nailed it. Like Elon Musk probably would have been like a liberal's dream with the electric vehicle.
In another life, he really could have been, yeah.
And then
Like, just looking at the product, I think that Teslas are really impressive.
I mean, there's a quality issue on the Tesla's end, but that's, you know, can you afford a $100,000 Tesla to save yourself money 10 years?
Actually, I think that there's 2021 Model Ys selling for like $20,000. So this notion that like EVs are significantly more expensive than combustion engine vehicles is false.
Then there's that other question of can the grid sustain electric vehicles? And
well, I mean, it is. At least the electric vehicles that are being driven like today, I'm not really aware of any massive electrical grid issues because of charging stations.
it's just something I've heard over time. Like California is going to be out of energy and you can't keep the cars running.
Well, the only time that we run out of energy is when we use non-renewable energy resources. That's where renewable comes from.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You know, Robert, you are a whole lot more pleasant than the average person that supports Trump who joins my live. I really hope
you said
that
I supported Trump again, and that's where you were wrong.
Well, I know you defined it in an interesting way. You said that I don't know. You look at people from both sides, and then you just look at what they want to do, and you think that what he's doing is better.
Yeah, and I try to form a conclusion.
Yeah, I call that supporting Trump. But like, I really hope that you look into a lot of the things that I said.
Definitely.
I definitely know that if you were to just start looking at the facts, and the data, and as it relates to the lives of people in this country as well as your own, because you're laid off, you'd be voting.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you for coming up, Robert, and I hope you have a good rest of
All
your day.
right. Much love for all of you on both sides, everybody. Love stronger than hate. I think that Bad Bunny said it the other day,
Yeah, Bad Bunny.
All right.
Good guy. All right,
Everyone
take care.
be safe. All
There.
right. Bye now.
It leaves the live quoting Bad Bunny. Honestly, bro, so here's the thing. I think that, it's the Roberts of the world that make me do these streams. Like, if you want my fair analysis on Robert, that's just a working dude that turns a TV on, and whenever he turns a TV on, the TV's on Fox News, and he doesn't turn it off Fox News. And I feel like there's a lot of people like Robert out there. Like, you could tell. You could just tell by his arguments that he was giving me and his justification for his beliefs that, everything that he believes about the relationship between the president and the economy was something he heard from a media source that leans right. So, people like Robert are why I do this, and I do think that he'll be changing his mind in the near future. Laura, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love. Gabriella, thank you for the $5. Who says, thank you so much. I find your videos so helpful. With me having dyslexia and ADHD, it is easier for me to understand. I appreciate that, Gabriella. I actually do try to make my videos comprehensible to like the average American that's not politically involved. And I do that because I, in the past, have been really pissed off trying to learn more about politics and then going to like political commentators and just watching one of their videos. And then it's like, you have to know so much in order to pick up on what they're putting down. It's like, oh, I guess it's another OBBB day, the one big beautiful bill. It's another OBBB day. Look at these negative outcomes in relation to this one thing that we talked a whole lot about a year ago that I'm just going to kind of dust over today because you're supposed to already know what it is. Like, the way that I make my videos is you don't really need to know what anything I talk about is before you watch it, and you'll be able to understand it. So I appreciate that compliment, Gabriella. Jessica, thank you for the $4. I appreciate you so much. Tess, thank you for the $15. She says, I miss the days when we were talking about, quote unquote, can you believe what Project 2025 has in it? At least there wasn't an active pedo protection, people being murdered, people starving, and blatant racism. Oh boy, man. Yeah. Does anyone remember the optimism of like last November? Last October. It was unreal, dude. Thank you for the $25, Tess. And hey, Rachel, thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much for the love, Rachel. Thank you so much. I'm trying to see 500 big old Rachel W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Rachel with the 50 says, what you just said about families not getting torn apart of Kamala Harris had one made me cry. it is hard to want to be around people who silence you and who are still saying that they support Trump in this administration. Well, appreciate you for the kind words, Rachel. I do think I should clarify here. This is where my progressivism kicks in. We'd still see families getting torn apart. I mean, it's not like ICE is a one-party issue, but it would just simply be better than it is today. And that's why it's not only important to get people like Trump out of the White House, but also to advocate for our Democratic politicians to be more progressive. Spencer, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I'm going to keep that message to myself, man. But yeah. Katie, thank you so much for the $5. And Ben, thank you for the 5. Lena, thank you so much for the $10, who says, thank you for all that you do. You give us help. We're 48, so maybe not your target audience, but you've helped us a lot. Also, MAGA will double down on hate like an MF. Love, Nicole and Charles. Well, I appreciate you too. Shout out to Nicole and Charles. And fun fact, you guys are actually a part of my new target audience. There are a lot of older people that tune into these live streams. And I think the main reason for that is there's been like a plethora of people, like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 people that have started fake Facebook accounts using my name that have been able to amass like 1 million followers. And it gets a lot of older people really involved with what I do. It's very crazy. Like if you go look at my name on Facebook, you'll legitimately find these accounts with like 800,000 followers claiming to be me, and like a bunch of fucking like Facebook groups with like 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 people in them with my name. Okay. Like constantly posting. It's crazy. I'm not on Facebook. I've never been on Facebook, but there's a lot of older people that really get involved with these streams from Facebook. Fun fact. Thank you so much for the $10. Abby, thank you for the $20. Who says, where do you think we'd be if Kamala Harris got elected? We'd be at the club, Robert, not here. Thank you for all that you do, Dean, and have a nice dinner with your lovely lady. Thank you so much for the $20, Abby. And you said it right. Yeah, dude, deadass. It is 7:15 p.m. on a Friday night. If Kamala Harris had won, I would probably be getting ready to go to the club. Appreciate you for the $20. Evelyn, thank you for the $25. Who says, hey, Dean, finally watched the Jubilee Roundtable episode. Dean, that woman was annoying. And number 2, you're an effective communicator, was diabolical. Oh my God, do not remind me of that Jubilee Roundtable episode. That was horrendous, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the $25, Evelyn. Show some love to Evelyn down below, as well as Christopher. Thank you so much for the $20, who says, thank you for trying to reach them. You have way more patience than I. Well, I appreciate you for that love, Christopher. The patience has been built. I appreciate you so much. And then Dawn, thank you so much for the $20 as well. He just drops a little blue heart. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to Dawn. Naomi, thank you for the 3. And then Candace, thank you so much for the $20, who says, no words for who you try to educate. Thank you. It's been exhausting to even watch. Yeah, man, I'm happy that we had somebody like Robert up, because everyone before Robert was just fucking crazy, dude. Gaming, appreciate you for the $20 over in Super Chat. Who says, my bro, my goat. Do you think that there's a silver bullet around trickle-down economics? Why do you think so many of the downtrodden continue to think that the government should be run by rich businessmen? I'd say that there's really good silver bullets against trickle-down economics, particularly the fact that since the introduction of Reaganomics, you could actually look this up, there's been a stagnation in worker wages, even with massive increases in worker productivity. When before trickle-down economics, we saw worker wages and worker productivity increase together. So, I mean, I think that that's a point to be made. I appreciate you for the $20. And there's a couple people to thank on PayPal real quick. Let's load that up. Hey, Olivia, thank you so much for the $1 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much. Shannon, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, in the summer, I had one electricity bill reach $1,000. Cheapest I've seen is $500. But I've spent over $900 on propane just to heat my house. We are fucked with a big, beautiful bill. Oh my God, Shannon. Yeah, you're heating your house with propane? Well, A, I bet that you live in a really beautiful place. Unlike here in, like, house in the woods. But B, yeah, that's insane. Dude, my energy bill is also really expensive. Because what y'all don't see are these 2 massive lights to each side of me. Like industrial grade, like professional studio lights. And because of them, my energy bill is like $400 a month. It is ridiculous. Danisha, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Danisha. Danisha with the 20 says, I'm glad that we are amongst the generation that isn't tolerating the most BS that the older generation believes. They are used to that. Yeah, I'm not going to read that sentence. Now things can get bent to our will instead of the top bending us. Facts make pockets grow. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Danisha. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we see a lot of bigotry in the older generations, but oh my God, I see it just truly emerging in the younger ones as well. Jasmine, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Who says, what the hell is Trump RX? Is it just a scheme to get more money? How is this legal? As a healthcare professional, this is so confusing. I've done preliminary research into Trump RX. I don't really know too much about it yet. But what I do know is if you go to TrumpRx.com, there are a handful of medications that you could get for really fucking cheap. So I haven't done like a full evaluation on Trump RX yet. I'm surprised that we haven't really heard anybody bring it up today. Because on the face value, it seems to be beneficial. Not gonna lie. Like, you know, I try to be like an objective person. I look at TrumpRx.com. I see a bunch of medications that are heavily discounted. And now what I've heard is that it's pretty much just the same as other companies that are already doing this, like GoodRx. Yeah, it's just like GoodRx with another name, pretty much. Which, I don't know. Here's my thoughts. I would say that like it is a net benefit, actually, because it seems like it's really easy to access. Like I was on TrumpRx last night and you literally just click on the medication and then all of a sudden you get presented with a coupon. But I mean, I'll look into it more because I could be totally wrong. That was just my preliminary review. I appreciate you for that donation. Also, Jeffrey, thank you for the $20 who says fundamentally that guest believes that the words and beliefs of Republicans are morally equal to those of the Democrats. Her logic makes sense if this was a topic. The topic was her favorite color. Her detachment from reality is an example of white supremacy. "Quote unquote, search your feelings, you know, to be true." Yeah, you sent that donation in when somebody was screaming at me for calling a white supremacist an idiot. And you're right. She didn't make that fundamental assumption that was incorrect. I appreciate you for that $20. Thank you. Douglas, thank you for the 5. Honka, thank you for the $1. Cinnamon, thank you for the 5. Alget, thank you for the 1. And then Carolyn, thank you for the 5. I appreciate y'all. Mike, thank you so much for the $10. And then Denny with a 6. Olivia with a 6. Max with a 5. And then Jacqueline with a 5. Appreciate y'all. And then Jamie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. That is JAIMI. Jamie with a 50 says you're genuinely gifted at your craft. Babysitting the loud, proud, and confidently wrong every day cannot be easy. Thank you for what you do. Well, I appreciate you, Jamie. Thank you so much for the $50. And yeah, man, it was hard, especially today. But I appreciate you. And then Kirian, thank you for the $40 on PayPal, who says, history is screaming at us in the voice of millions of dead innocents. It may not be policy that gets people killed right away, but the rhetoric and normalization of hatred that is being spread. I couldn't agree with you more, man. Like, we're now normalizing calling black people gorillas. Thank you. Thank you for the $40, Kirian. Yaidra, thank you so much for the $5. Brittany, I appreciate you for the $10, who says there are so many people on PayPal and Venmo using your photo. Hope this is a real Dean. Yes, this is a real Dean. That's why I incentivize people to use the links. And yeah, man, it looks like we are all caught up. Perfect. I actually think that there's been a couple people since over on Venmo. There has. Patsy, this was 6 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $50, who says, thanks for hanging in today. It's been a day. Keep doing what you do. Love you. Well, Patsy, dude, you've been watching all stream. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. You're right. It has been a day. And thank you for the $50, Patsy. You know I love you. I appreciate you. Then Safina, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I've honestly never paid much attention to politics or what's going on in the world until I watched your lives. It made me want to research it up with my eyes and show me how messed up the government is. Thank you again, Dean. Dude, honestly, that is why I do them on TikTok. If you want to know why I do my lives on TikTok, that's the reason. It's because so many people could just randomly scroll into the live off their For You page when they're like watching like makeup videos or shit like that. You know what I mean? And then it gets more people politically involved. And I think that it has a really good outcome. So I'm really proud of you, Safina. Thank you so much for getting involved. Same thing, Char. Thank you so much for the $5. Laura, thank you for the 5. And then Mark, thank you for the 2. And Kira, thank you for the 6. All right, guys. I am at this point in time going to be ending the stream so me and my girlfriend can go to the gym and get dinner, which I'm really looking forward to. It's been a long day. So on TikTok, make sure to hit that follow button before you leave. I do these live streams every single day, 4 hours a day. So I'll be back tomorrow as per usual. Over on YouTube, hit that subscription button, drop a like on the stream and a comment on the VOD. It helps it push out to the people that watch the VOD. And yeah, we made it to 4 hours. Rough day today, folks. Peace and love, and good night. Goodbye.